And we are back with Icewindale, Rime of the Frostmaiden. When we last left the adventurers, they were in the keep of Caer Dineval. They were confronting a cult who had since taken over the keep, imprisoned the servants, and had kept the speaker seemingly under house arrest and lied to the rest of the town. You snuck in with a bunch of guards and concerned citizens, and a sneaky. Seems like they were maybe being paid to do this operation. The three Duragar that also accompanied you were only interested in reclaiming some of the lost Chardlin, and you snuck in through the cistern, came up through one of the towers, knocked out a few of the more dangerous-looking spellcasters, and began to alert everyone else around you. You took out pretty much everyone, I think, except one. And that would be one Kadroth, who rushed around upstairs, got a hold of the bag, which is seemingly a very important item. The last you spoke to him, he told you that saving Icewindale from this endless winter was only step one of a far larger, grander plan. Instead, he understands that there is this hidden secret, this ancient civilization beneath the ice, that if they could thaw out or find an entrance to, the wonders, the power, it would be near limitless. And as enticing as this was, it seemed as though Stef had other plans in mind. And you tried to steal the bag, or rather, you successfully stole the bag back off of him, and he made away with a pair of gargoyles into the night. And these gargoyles seemingly belong to a albino tiefling by the name of Avarice. She's the one who is feeding the the cult this information. Sounds like she's got some good contacts or knows more. Though she didn't seem to want to step up to a fight right now. She sort of looked at you and responded in a message psychically to you, Stef. Clearly, you had far greater potential than maybe this cult did. In any case, you had everyone either knocked out or taken out. The only last one remaining, I think, there's a sleeping guard right over here in this top right tower. I just remembered. He's technically knocked out. He's the only one you spared. You had to convince the dwarves to back down. Otherwise, they would have ransacked the rest of the Chardlin. And you managed to intimidate them, and they backed up. They seemingly had their fill, at least. One such Chardlin amulet belonged to a female dwarf by the name of Hethel Arkaran, and she had a story to tell as well. This ice seemingly had prolonged her life. She knows what the Duragar are planning. They know that if they're not stopped, that damnation will come to 10 towns, destruction, and an endless, bitter night. It is of the utmost importance that you stop Zardarok's plans. He said, however, to be wise. Should you face him too hastily, it is possible that you will fail. And so she recommended testing yourselves against the farthest dangers of Icewindale, gathering up treasures, allies even, in order to take on this challenge. And after she handed over the Chardlin amulet, she sadly passed away.
What happened to the amulet?
The servants, you've probably still, I think you put it in the bag.
I put my dagger in the bag.
Okay, well then that's probably in there too. Let's say it's in the bag.
Okay.
Didn't
the other servants were brought out?
The amulet was supposed to be destroyed?
No.
Oh.
Nope. She said to destroy whatever it is they're making out of Chardlin, though. That much is true. The servants were freed from below the cistern, and when you were there, you also found a strange crystal of ice and a humanoid tiefling stuck inside. You thawed this out, and a tiefling, purple-skinned by the name of Glory, introduced themselves. And they apparently are the son of Asmodeus, the archdevil of hell, effectively, like the big honcho, the main devil of all devils. And he said that he's trying to usurp him, effectively. And he needs to gather allies and adventurers, powerful ones, so that they may serve him in the afterlife. In exchange, you would have power, you would have dominion over your own level of hell. And, of course, he promised he would remove that horrid curse that's been plaguing you as well. And Stef agreed to this. And, well, he said he would be right back. But effectively, in the moment you're gathering yourselves up here, he does actually return. And when he does, he has a scroll in hand. He says, well, sorry about the wait. Just had to find this. I can't cast the spell myself, but this will certainly do wonders for you, I'm sure. And if you hold still, and he begins reading the incantations, places a hand on your shoulder, Stef, and immediately your mind becomes cleared of all corruption. You no longer seek to keep secrets. Well, that much is that part's a little bit complicated. That actually, that part's still tied to your psychic madness, which you probably mentioned whilst he's here. But he does say you shouldn't feel the need to keep collecting that black ice anymore. But I will say there is something else that is ailing you, my friend. It is that psionic crystal. I detect that it's driving you a little bit insane.
Mm-hmm. So the question is, if I give the crystal away, do I lose my telepathy ability?
You would, I'm afraid. That's very much tied to it.
Yeah. It wasn't the worst insanity. I don't know what the party thinks. I would like to risk it because telepathy came in quite handy a couple of times.
All right. Well, I've done what I can then.
Mm.
I will wish you farewell and good luck in your endeavors. Should you meet your untimely demise, I will simply freeze that time and avoid any catastrophic rending of your soul or passing on to limbo or anything like that. You have my word. Literally,
Okay.
it's written in this contract. He clicks his fingers and the contract appears again.
Is my input required?
Sorry?
Was my input required? I didn't hear a lot.
No. He simply bows and says, well, I will take my leave for now. Should any of you change your mind, well, Stef has my details.
Oh, can I actually call upon him?
One question before he goes away. Should Stef fall in battle, will you appear before we have time to administer such things as resurrection rites or raising him from the dead, or is he now beyond those means due to your intervention?
Yes, if you read the clause on 33B, it will mention that any tampering with his soul upon dying will be void. You can't simply steal his soul away from mine. It very much is going to pass on to, I believe, Stygia, where we will reconvene and try to free another being from ice.
Oh, well, I didn't plan on dying anyway.
No, don't think of it as dying. Think of it as seeking new employment. Anyway, yes, you have you have a copy, and yeah, he like clicks his fingers, and the purplish flame coils around the paper and splits it in two. And it says, "Yes, if you really wish to speak to me, I suppose you can use that." Anyway,
Okay.
I must be off. Have other recruits in the wings, so to speak. Can't be everywhere at once. So, with that, he starts to weave some magic again together, and it seems almost a little bit unwieldy in his possession for a moment. And this isn't the purplish flaming magic you see him casting. It seems to be like the swirling of sands, and they coil around him, and then suddenly woof, he disappears, and the sand sort of dissipates on the wind.
Wow. I guess we should have asked him first about the resurrection, guys.
Well, yes, it's done now.
At least I'm no longer mad.
We'll perhaps be the judges of that.
I mean, I wouldn't really know if I'm mad or not, right?
No.
You can tell. Well, I mean, Sir Roland can tell with some sort of divine sense whether you're maybe desecrated or not. But you definitely don't have any. You definitely don't possess any more Shardlin on you. Faith looks a little bit concerned.
I threw the dagger away and Cadro stole the 3 keys or puzzle pieces or whatever they were.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, he did. But, I mean, you stole the bag of him. So that's at least in your possession.
We got it back. Oh, God.
All right, so I want to hold the bag out to Stef and just say, so, do you mind telling us why is this bag so important to you and to your old friend? What's so bloody special about it?
Well, technically, I don't know why, right? Can you hand me that for a second, and can I roll an Arcana check, maybe, Senrith?
You can spend a couple of minutes to cast Identify on it.
Or we can do that. But let's start off with an Arcana check and see where that leads us. Yeah. Because that's fun.
Sure thing. Okay, not a great start. It doesn't make sense to you what he told you so far, that it is this bag of possibilities or potential. That's not what you're used to traditionally from perhaps a bag of holding or something. So yeah, not really much past the 10. It's clearly magical though. It's got some sort of moving mouth and eyes.
Oh, it has moving mouth and eyes? Is that super visible to us? Do we all see that?
You caught it once or twice. Yeah, when it's still, it's pretty much indistinguishable. It looks like just normal stitching, but you're almost certain that you saw its expression change when it was being held over a fire.
Oh, yeah, you mentioned it. Can I attempt to not put something in the bag, but feed it with... Oh, I still have the hack tongue with me. Maud's tongue.
Oh, Jesus. Okay. Yeah, you want to do that?
Wait, I have to delete the shardlin now. Yeah, let's feed it the tongue of a hack, some meat, and see how it reacts.
All right. Well, you can indeed see the stitching for the mouth. It comes loose as you bring the tongue towards it, and its eyes are wide, looking at this morsel as perhaps a tasty treat. And if you toss the tongue inside, you see that the mouth almost appears like a void, just a blackness that seems to have no end, and no light from around you is piercing inside. The tongue doesn't even make a sound as it passes into this void. It just sort of falls away into, it becomes a single like dot or speck in the distance. And after that, you see the mouth kind of maneuvering around. Maybe it's chewing. Maybe it's like reorientating something inside.
Let's delete Maud's tongue off my sheet. There we go. Would you say that the bag is making like a pleased or displeased expression, like, or the face on it rather?
It's I would say, if anything, it's kind of making discomfort look as if it's trying to like rearrange something. It's like wincing for a moment.
Okay.
And after a while, you see the bag kind of like coughing, and you see like almost air and bits of snow escaping from the mouth.
Oh.
Yeah, little flakes of snow. And then after a while, after it's finished like coughing and hacking up, it suddenly looks around, and the mouth opens again, and you see the tongue inside flapping around as it actually begins to speak.
Oh, I gave it speech. Isn't that cool? Oh.
Nah, you couldn't have given me a better tongue, surely.
Well, it was what I had on hand. At least it's from a powerful magical creature.
Ugh, it tastes like briny water and stew?
Yeah, that's a stew. Pretty magical. Never ending. That kind of thing.
It's vile, but it will service.
So, who do we have the pleasure of talking with? I assume the rest of the party can hear the background.
Yes, they can all hear me. The pleasure is all mine. For you see, I don't have legs or arms to get around. So you will be my carrier. You shall take me from place to place and help feed me. So, I will do whatever I can to repay you.
Well, how are you gonna repay us? We heard there's a bunch of secrets inside of you. Was it like a literal thing or a figurative thing?
The bag's mouth stretches into a wide, toothy smile, and you can kind of see it nodding up and down.
Yes. I have devoured many secrets. Kept them locked away. They keep for safekeeping. Nothing is truly lost forever, unless I want it to be.
So, were we like the first ones to feed you like a tongue or body parts so you can speak? Or was it... or do you lose that ability again over time?
No, up till now I've had to spit out pieces of parchment with ink blots and writing. You know how difficult it is to write without hands. I had to use my mouth like this with a pen. It's very difficult.
Well, so
So
you know,
next year. Sorry.
we do have a bit of a history with cursed items in our party. What exactly are you? Like, because we are a bit distrusting, right?
Well, what you see is what you get. I'm just a very, very hungry bag. But if you must name me something, I suppose naught would do.
Not like N-O-U-G-H-T?
Yes, like naught.
Okay. Well, hello, Nod. Pleased to make your acquaintance. I'm Stef. And this is Sir Roland, who rescued you. Yes, rescued. And that's Roki and that's Tracker. And Faith and Snort.
Hello, one and all.
I mean,
You are adventurers, powerful ones. I saw what you did to the others. And I suppose I have you to thank for your mercy. Is it Sir Roland?
I guess he's talking to you, Roland.
Less of that. Can you tell us, how did you come to be in the possession of Kadroth?
Oh, I'm not a...
Kadroth.
Go ahead, yeah. He looks to you, Steph, to tell the story.
Well, Kadroth stole this bag from my temple. I don't even know what it was. I thought it was just a normal bag of holding. Why would they send an acolyte like me after a powerful item? It's more like it's one of the few magic items we had in our archives. I had no idea that the thing can talk.
And how did it come to be in the possession of your temple?
I don't know. I don't think really anyone paid it much attention. We just collect magical items. We're a wizarding school, basically. As far as I know, the bag was just hidden away in some backyard storage room. It's more the principle that Kadroth stole it and went off with it, you know?
And why is
I have been stolen many times. I'm used to it by now.
Are there many bags like you? Had I known that you were able to speak and what I perhaps would not have held you over the fire. I feel I must apologize for that. I hate when that happens to me, certainly.
Wait, how often have you been
stolen? Do not think of it. In the past, we are now friends, yes. Now you would do the opposite. You would protect me with your life. For you know how valuable I am.
Well, on that, please do tell us. You seem very smart for a bag. What else do you do?
Many wizards like to hide their tomes of knowledge inside me. And for safekeeping, you see. And I have a lot of time between carriers to read these books. So I know a great deal about the world. And I've been carried from many a location, storing what cannot be carried, what's too heavy or too powerful to fall in the wrong hands. So,
well, not that I do have a request to show your goodwill, since we've just given you a tongue. Do you have anything inside of you that would help Sir Roland to find his horse?
Or do you, in fact, have a horse?
Or a horse?
An entire horse? No, not right now. But I have seen many a horses. One's made of starlight, one's made of pure steel. Though a living horse, not quite. He looks you got some rusty armor there. Or an even rustier shield. There are some scraps that I found in the time. Stuff that's not wearable by some, but at least perhaps it would be passed on.
Well, anything you have that will help protect this party would be most appreciated. But yes.
As for your horse, I'm thinking I know of a way that you could soon get it, but I think it looks more like you've forgotten how. Perhaps your horse isn't missing at all. Perhaps it's right where you left it last.
I left it in the under the protection of a bloody no good squire who's offed with it, and it's the last time I saw it, he was hightailing away from a cave after I had just smote a lie.
He raises an eyebrow. In the meantime, he does offer a few items that might possibly help you, Sir Roland. And of them, I'm going to give you a little bit of a choice here. If you would like, I mean, you've got like, I see you've got something called heavily rusted full plate, which acts as, of course, like chainmail, isn't it?
Chainmail, yeah, I just renamed it.
He could upgrade that for you. Let me just look in the heavy armor department. What have we got? So you could choose a better armor, so up from chainmail to like splint or something might do you good. Or you could acquire a shield. It could be a particular type of shield. Like, for example, there is the Sentinel shield and stuff like that.
Yeah. I think armor sounds good to me.
Oh, you want to? Yep.
Always good, yeah.
Okay.
Did you want the
I think
lantern
for
shield last time you asked?
A
What's
lantern shield is also on the table if you wanted to do that. It's the one you were looking at, which gives like light in front of you. But if you would like, if you would prefer a new set of armor, that's absolutely fine as well.
No, I'm just asking if
What?
that's on the table because he couldn't afford it the last time you asked for one.
Yeah, no, I know. You could have a splint mail or
what I've said in the description is that his armor is like rusty, there's bits have fallen off and whatnot, so I probably wouldn't want him running about in shining brand new armor. So if he could give me like a rusted bit of full plate to like, I don't know, like the back put the back plate back on, and then we'll just up the AC on this one.
Okay, yeah, sure. He says,
Well, sounds like you're very particular about your set of armor, but it's perhaps even easier if you scavenge and pick and choose yourself.
Yes,
How about this? You reach on inside, and you'll find a whole wardrobe.
Oh.
Would you like to have a little browse?
Of course, and putting his arm in, he's like, yeah, this is possibly the strangest experience I've ever had in my life. And rummage about and
A little bit further. Further?
Deeper.
No, I'd like to wait. I'd
this,
like to grab Roland at the waist.
you are enjoying
Well-
this far too much.
you can roll a strength check then, Stef, because Sir Roland is about to be swallowed whole as you see the bag expand outwards, and you see Roland's form becoming. Yep, Roland gets swallowed for sure. Awesome. Okay, come with me, Roland.
Oh no, can I help interfere?
No. It's all happened. It's gone.
Why am I here?
Because you want to see, don't you? Roland falls into this infinitely large space, and you don't feel like there's any air rushing past you. It's just as if you're just falling into nothingness. And suddenly you kind of hit a large piece of parchment, kind of bounce up and down on it, and you look around. It's some sort of map. And all around you, you see these massive items, trinkets, scrolls, tools, all of them the size of giants before you. It's almost as if rather than expanding, it's made like shrunk you down, perhaps. And yeah, as you look around, trying to get your bearings, realize you're just in this endless expanse. You can even see like starlight in the distance.
Well, look, Roland, there to the left. There's a horse.
Okay.
Is there actually?
There is the unicorn plushie.
Oh, yeah, there is, isn't there?
Okay, so I'll start going. Rusty, is that you? Where are you? And I will cast, which I have prepared from last time, detect magic.
Okay. There is certainly some magical items around here. Amulets, lanterns, necklaces, weapons and shields and armor. All of them seem to bear some sort of magical glow to them. Even the arrows and masks, keys, you name it. There's all kinds of strange auras, transmutation, conjuration. There's a scroll giving off of necromancy. You can see the tomes that they were mentioning. These weird, like, scrawled ciphers, most likely belonging to some wizard. Right. However, the unicorn plushie that gives off, I think, evocation.
What did you...
So you evocation is like energy,
right? I mean, yeah, I'm gonna grab the unicorn plushie without a doubt. There's nothing to say I can't grab more than them. All right, I'll look for armor as agreed, but I'll also grab the unicorn plushie on the way out.
All right. You really want to keep it? Yeah, he says.
There is plenty of scrap metal around here, but you seem attached to that thing. Not even from this world. Picked it up at a carnival some time ago.
Well, if it might serve as a steed until I find my trusty Rusty, the old bag of bones that deserted me with my bloody squire, then perhaps it would be of use as helping protecting the party.
Might find it far smaller on the outside, but I'll tell you what. You can take the plushie. You can take this little unicorn companion with you. You really wish. However, should you ever hold me over a fire again, I will unmake you. See how easy it is for me to swallow you into pieces. Your flesh would be scattered among the stars.
Well, that sounds like a very good idea that it shouldn't happen. And if I should forget and you find yourself dangling over a fire, do just remind me. I'm very, very forgetful at times.
Very good. Are you ready to be spat out?
So let's just have this armor. I'll take these swords, all these jewels, and the plushie. Was that the agreement? Yes.
The armor and the unicorn is yours.
Yes.
Just to remember, we are allies now.
Yes, absolutely. And I shan't forget it. Now, where am I? And where's the door?
You see, there is actually, as he's saying this, the voice that's echoing all around. Can you give me a perception check whilst you're in here?
Yeah.
Is the voice 10? Okay. Well, your eyesight's not all there, but there's this voice when it's echoing in here. It's almost like it's sort of swimming around it goes from one direction and then another, like as if there was some large entity swirling around like a shark. But as you try to look and try to picture where this voice is coming from, the only thing you see is this gigantic silhouette against the stars. It just blacks them out as it goes. And that's effectively all you see, is just like the winking out of stars as if they're being eclipsed by something tremendously huge. And just as you're trying to discern what it is, you see a light beam down from above where you fell. You can see the opening of the bag itself, and you see Stef and Tracker there, and you are immediately ejected and like spat out. Yes, with the unicorn plushie in tow. As you're holding onto the stitching, you feel it shrinking and collapsing in your arms, such that it falls down to just a small, minuscule size. And you're back with the others in Keep.
Huzzah!
So just to establish this, right? This bag not has a large enough opening or whatever to actually eat people.
Yes, it does.
Okay,
It
sweet.
felt like that was very much as a display of power, a threat. Should anyone anyone turn on him?
I
But
just wanted Mark down because that might definitely come in handy in garbage disposal scenarios.
Oh, I see. Yeah. After that, though, he's all smiles and pleasantries again, and you see him looking towards the party.
Whoa, Roland!
I was feeling extra generous, and your friend here has come away with an extra prize. That's right. The armor and the magical unicorn.
I just like
I'm so generous.
I just like to like hold him in both hands and look at his face, and it's like, hey, no eating friends without permission.
Oh, I wasn't eating them. I was showing them around. They had a whole storeroom in there. You got the pickings of the little.
I'd like to look over to Sir Roland. It's like, is that true?
I proudly hold up the stuffed unicorn, which I'm tying to the end of my spear, so that it now looks like a sort of toy hobby horse.
Yeah, I figured you were going for that.
That's amazing.
Which I now mount and
Oh
strap
my
on
God.
whatever armor piece I grabbed, just click it in place, flip down my chamber pot helmet and say, "Well, to battle."
Oh my.
And I'll just sort of trot around in circles.
You certainly feel a sense of comfort just holding this near you, Roland. And you're wounded right now. You are, aren't you? I wonder if any of you are taking the time to patch up your wounds anytime soon. Probably right now.
I mean, we can say that Roki is doing that since he's on NPC duty this week.
Yeah, of course. So I will say this then. As you are all gathering back in the keep, the servants are like, thanking you profusely again for your help. They're settling back in. Over that course of an hour, when you're taking a short rest, you actually find your wounds kind of knitting together more rapidly than what you've ever experienced, Roland. And you sense that this magic is emanating from the unicorn itself.
Oh my God, he got a healing unicorn.
He did. It will actually heal you for an extra... I have to find it real quick. Yeah, here we go. Found it.
Well, aren't you
I've made
glad
this
that I
item
pointed
before.
out that horse?
Outstanding.
Let me find it.
I can't believe that it's actually doing something.
Oh, yeah.
I'm almost disappointed.
It heals you for... Over a short rest, it will heal you for more dice, basically. I'm trying to find where it is, but... Oh, here we go. I'm gonna open up. I'll drag it onto your sheet when it's ready, but...
Do I get naught on my sheet
there
now,
it is.
or how do we treat it?
Yeah, I'm going to drag that onto your sheet.
Okay, so you already made something
Okay.
for it.
1 second. Yeah, I'm just dragging the unicorn out. Apparently, this is now taking priority. Here we go. Feast your eyes on that thing. Oh crap! Feast your eyes on that thing. So Roland should be on your inventory now.
Yeah. Oh, outstanding.
Sure. For
Oh,
those who want a little closer look at it, there you go. There it is.
Aw.
that's a thing of beauty.
All right, perfect.
Can
As for
Edwin-
the bag of
Someone
holding,
please cast enlarge on this.
I did plan on picking up Enlarge eventually anyway, so that's definitely on my list of spells.
We need to find some kind of forge cleric.
No
that'll
problem.
animate it.
All we gotta do is we gotta stick together until like level 16, then I can cast True Polymorph, and I can just make your horse.
Outstanding. What do I do
Awesome.
with AC?
You should just
we
put on
will.
the new armor, and the AC should update automatically.
Yeah, what we're gonna do though is just up your AC on the armor, right? So now that it is splint, it will be 17 AC. So I will just change that on your armor. Easy enough. Like
Okay.
edit, description, the armor class 17, bang. And the gold value definitely goes up as well. Now it's worth 200 gold.
Nice.
All right, sweet, that's sorted.
So are we getting a short rest, or?
Yep, you can take a short or even a long if you want. There's no dangers anymore.
Yeah, I guess we take long rests, everybody. Let's just.
Mm-hmm. Mitch is overjoyed to see that there are some of his guards still alive, and or at least some of the servants. There's like Lathander, you're alive. These lucky
Senrith,
young heroes were.
Tracker does have a question if he can do something as well before we continue here. In the chat.
Yeah, you can. Give me an investigation check.
I could do this.
Sorry, didn't mean to interrupt you, just
interesting.
didn't want him to feel like left out.
Yeah, no. Mitch is just thanking everyone else and seeing, taking hands and like embracing other people. So, there is a document that seems to be a letter. It seems to be detailing like answers to certain questions, and it just says, it describes like, have you seen this? Someone's replied to him answering his questions, and it says something like, "Yes, I have seen this symbol before. I'm very much aware of who they are." The symbol in question is something like this. Hold on. Of course not. Be too easy. It's like a pin badge. Oh yeah, here we go. Found it. Okay, yeah, check this out. This is a drawing of what's on the document, and they say, yes, we're aware of what this is and who it belongs to. This is an organization known as the Arcane Brotherhood. Seems that's who your friend belongs to. Though they probably wouldn't advertise that, as it's more of a secretive society. They aren't best known for their pleasantries or amicable behavior. Oftentimes they are just simply seeking power or even making political moves for position of power. The Arcane Brotherhood are dangerous. They clearly are up to something here in Icewindale. As for looking for where they've gone, there are a number of different things marked on a map.
Yeah.
And one of them is marked near Dugan's Hole. And it's circled.
Oh no.
Oh yeah.
And underneath, it's marked the name of it in Draconic, but those who can translate it, and it reads the Stones of Thrun. There are also markings over the map. Several locations are marked. Let's actually go to the map so you have a better view. So there are markings all the way in the top right where the Reged Glacier is. And I mean like all the way over here. And they got like markings like question marks. There's like they've clearly like outlined the rivers coming from Lac Dinishir, and they kind of like put markers here, and they're like question marks, and then some of these question marks are like scribbled out. But we are talking the far reaches of Icewindale. Seems like they're looking for something, and it's somewhere on the entrance to the glacier, but they have no idea where. What else? There is also a marker here. You got a good roll. It's like,
Sorry,
I'm giving you some like things. I'm gonna reveal it for you. Right here. Right there.
To the east of Lac Dinishir. Do I know
And it
stuff?
says there's Dazan. Just spelled like that.
Okay.
So there's a number of places. If you're looking for where he could have gone,
The most likely
there's no definitive answer. Could be anywhere. It could be this. Could be where, like Dazan, whatever that is. It could be somewhere on the Reged Glacier, or hell, it could even be. What was the last thing I mentioned? Dugan's Hole. Yeah, over
Dugan's
here.
Hole and the Sun would
Yeah.
be the most likely places. The markings
They're
in Ragged
the
Glacier,
closest.
they're the closest. The Ragged Glacier sounds like they're looking for something, and there is no definitive place or pinpoint yet, which means there's no safe camp, safe haven.
Yeah. Not to mention it is, well, from your point.
Yeah.
It's
no way you can go there
dozens and dozens of miles
on a whim. You need careful planning.
Yeah, and faster travel.
Gargoyles can be pretty fast.
Sure.
Okay. But yeah, I'll show
As long as the weather
the
doesn't
map
turn
to the group. Are we looking for the guy, your friend? I think he might be over here or near Dogan's Hole. Either one of those places.
Didn't we want to go to Dugan's Hole anyway?
Do we?
There
We
was
can.
like something of the speaker meeting that we still had left to do there, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the speakers meeting is being held in East Haven, but they haven't had response back from Dugan's Hole
Yeah,
or Caer Dineval for that matter. But
that
I guess
seems like
now you would
Oh,
also
yeah.
find that's something you would find. There's a letter asking their presence to be at East Haven within the 10-day,
yeah.
and that was about 6 days ago.
So
We
we
might as
can
well.
do Dugan's Hole in like half a day, and now we have multiple objectives there. Like, seems like that would be the smartest course of action. And
Maybe we don't we need to inform East Haven that Goodmeat has a new speaker.
do we? I'm sure that has already been like 2 weeks ago or something.
No,
right?
that's this week.
I mean, it seems like, wouldn't it be the smartest we go to Dugan's Hole and then back to East Haven? Wait, where do we have like those mountaineers with us that we had to escort somewhere, right?
Gareth and
Yeah, Garrett is with you. They want to go back to Targos,
They want to go back to Targos.
and there's a point of reference. There's also Bremen that you need to return a Chibwinga to.
And Brahman.
And the last quest that you might want to investigate in Targos is that there is a cold killer on the loose.
Yeah.
That-
I mean,
excuse me, that makes the best sense to in terms of what I think Roki would want, and I think Roland as well, just to get Garrett back to his family, or was it back to his people?
Yep. his husband.
their husband was living in Targos.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, yeah, that seems like the most pressing matter as he's with us currently. So.
Yeah, we wouldn't be dragging this half-dead guy around on other quests.
Is he still half dead? Isn't he like?
He's
been recovering day by day.
Yeah.
So, yeah, too long rest has definitely put him in better stead. He can probably start to get moving, but he'll be too slow to like walk on foot. But yeah, he's definitely recovering.
Get him home. This is as good a reason as any to give us a purpose.
We still do have the disc and my bird to transport him. My X-Peak.
Yes.
Oh, speaking of stuff, Senrith, what about the other loot? What about the people we killed? Their armors, their weapons? Is there any tally up that we can turn into raw gold right now?
So most of those guards, I mean cults, they were wielding the weapons of the keep. So should you try and take those and sell them back to them, they're going to be like, "Oh, thank you, you found the guards' armors that they clearly robbed from the murdered guard."
Well, we do have a problem here, right? We do have a problem here. By the new speaker, we were promised compensation, which has been stolen. But that seems more like a him problem than our problem.
That is fair.
Wow. I mean, they still need these weapons to guard their own town, but I mean, they really wish they could give you some more gold. But
I mean, surely there will be somebody that's thankful enough to give us something. We're not asking for grand treasuries. We're asking for a reward.
Or
Summer says, I gave money to Logan as a payment. That was everything I had.
Yeah, and then he stole more stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe
also,
where did they meet him? How could we find him? Maybe that's more useful. Alternatively, we just ask them for maybe more warm clothing, supplies, dog
Yeah,
sled.
what about
kind
an
of thing.
egg-speak for the party? Can they spare an egg-speak for us so we have a second one for somebody in the party?
You got your first one from K Conic, didn't you?
Yeah.
I bought my
And you
first
bought that one.
from Kurtoni, yes.
They don't have axe beaks. They do, however, have 6 dogs,
Oh,
which you
Wow.
guys haven't visited yet, but in the kennels, just
Oh.
outside. You can
there
go have a
might
look for
be
yourself.
somebody in our party who wants dogs and a dog sled, right?
I wouldn't mind having dogs and a dog sled. And
Yeah,
if they have it, maybe a tent.
They don't have a tent, but they do have dogs. And you see the child, Alisar Solmander. He's over here.
Mm.
The door's here. Yeah, there you go. He's found it.
Oh.
In here, you see there are a whole bunch of other little fellas. Trying to find which token is actually able to look through. Yeah, there you go. Stef, you can also see 6 doggos here. Got Chum, Goober, Steelcoat, Mayo, Sir Slobber, another Sir. And Pip.
I'm quite happy with my egg-speak. I'll leave the dog thing to Tracker.
Mm-hmm.
One, two,
The speaker,
six.
Crannock, says, "Oh, this is the best I can offer, given our circumstance, but I just pray that you take good care of them, and they've been faithful dogs here in Kirkinaval for some time, but I think they'd be put to good use if you really wanted to take them." You can tell he's a little bit reluctant, but he has no other choice. He hasn't got gold to pay or anything. And if you're heading down past East Haven, I would only request that you drop me off. I'm going to get up to the speakers' meeting soon, so.
Well, I think we can certainly accommodate you in on our travels, so welcome aboard.
Right then. Sounds like a deal then. Oh, also there's the one slight unresolved issue of this guard who you knocked out. One of the Dragonborn, he says. He's still alive. We've restrained him.
I mean,
Being held in the
This is your area. We came.
my
We
area.
did what.
I'm no interrogator. That's what you're insinuating.
I mean, this is your town. You're their chief. If you want to keep him in the, if it's on you. If you want to let him go, we're not stopping you.
Let him go? No. By means, no. He's a murderer and a kidnapper. Not letting him go. I was merely posturing if you wanted to ask him any questions. But we're going to keep him locked up otherwise.
Is there anything you need to know, Stef?
No, I'm good.
All right then.
Oh,
Fine.
there is the
Take him to
issue
the
of the human.
What you?
The human.
The human up here.
What's human? I don't.
The I forgot their name. The one that tried to cast hold person
Who?
on me.
Oh, Hawaii. Yeah.
That one.
Okay. He's still knocked out as well. Yes, we have both
Better
in
be.
being held. If you wanted to, You can talk to him. He's awake now.
I'd rather have keep him knocked out.
You can't just... That'll do some serious brain damage if you keep him knocked out.
Where is he?
He's through here. He looks up, his sunken eyes still heavy with lack of sleep. He doesn't have the amulet. He says his name is Wawa Malfoon. Says he comes from Bremen.
Yep. That's what he told us
He
earlier.
looks up. Do you have any family there? He nods and says, yes, my mother, Clara.
You said the black ice saved your life once,
It did.
and you felt indebted to it. Who do you think saved your life now? Or rather, why do you think you're not dead yet?
I don't have any answers for that. What were you before you were some sort of cultist? Before you got turned by these dark powers, huh? Because I worked in the inn. It was called the Buried Treasures. Well, I was one of the first out to try and find the speaker when he was lost out in the blizzard.
The Bremen speaker?
Yes. He's gone a bit senile in his old age, and he often wanders off in the middle of the night. We tracked him as far as we could, but then we kind of fanned out. The weather suddenly took a bad turn, and a howling blizzard rolled in. We got separated, and I found myself face down in the snow, hypothermia, and that's when I heard the crystal call out to me. It said it could save me. I scrambled in the snow and I found it, this black ice, and next thing I knew, I was back at home, warm and safe. But the next day, I started feeling strange. My mind was not my own, and my mother, she could tell I was not myself. Well, it was something to do with the shard of black ice I had. When she tried to snatch it away, I snapped at her. Regrettably, I threatened her, and well, the next day, 2 tieflings came. Dragonborns. 2 dragonborn came and arrived at the inn, offered me a sanctuary in their castle. I left with them willingly. I told my mother that I would never return, but I didn't know what was truly going to occur here. When I showed up, they'd already had the fort on lockdown. They'd already killed the guards and trapped the servants. I was none the wiser. They placed me under the supervision of Fel, one of the other Dragonborn here. I started learning magic. How to wield its power.
So the trick
And
you
there
did
is
earlier,
power.
you can still do that.
It was part with the black ice, yes.
Only with the black ice.
It holds power. You just have to know how to tap into it. They showed me.
If we bring you to Bremen, is there any chance you can do this trick on us again?
What do you mean? I have no shards of Shardlin, if that's what you're insinuating.
I want to make sure that
You already took my amulet.
I want to make sure that he can only use magic if he's holding the black ice. Or that's what Tracker is trying to investigate.
You can roll an investigation.
Not insight?
Or even you can roll an insight check as well if you like. I see Sir Roland's here as well now. If you want, you can also roll an insight as you're listening to the boy.
I can't read him.
It's I think both of you are a little bit unfamiliar with how arcane spell focuses work and operate. It is a bit of a unknown subject for you two. And so you're not really sure whether he's telling the truth or not, based on what he said there. You know that Stef definitely channels his spells when he's concentrating on something. He's usually holding a thing, and that thing he has now attached to his sword so that he can wield and hold its arcane focus. But that's for Sir Roland. I'm guessing you may have like your holy symbol emblazoned onto your shield.
Yes.
Or yeah, I thought as much. So there you go. You probably know a little bit about it, but it's hard to read this guy. He seems so like monotone, reined. He seems almost a bit like a husk of a man now. He doesn't seem to have any ambitions or anything. He was obviously easily swayed before. But you can't really tell much more beyond that. He kind of does clearly look like regret is on his face, but for you guys to decide what to do with him.
Knowing Roki, he probably would want to bring him home.
Right? Faith nods, says, all right, let's bring him home then. I'm sure, although you said you never wanted to see your mother again, I doubt she feels the same way. I bet she's worried sick. You just see him sort of bow his head and like slowly kind of nod. All right then.
You said
we're gonna have to keep...
you were working at an inn?
Yes, the buried treasures.
Can I ask you a favor? If you return home. Can you look an eye out to people that are wielding this black ice? You know the harm
Keep a
it can
lookout.
cause. I'm not telling you to look out, search out the people with the black ice. Just warn them sincerely, so they don't fall into the same misguided trap you have been led to.
I can do that. Yeah, sure. I'll keep an eye out. He says that with like half closed eyes. Looks like this guy's about ready to fall asleep. All right. In that case, looks like you got another passenger on the way to Bremen. So
I take it the
All right.
speaker has
You
no
got-
qualms with us taking this one.
No, of course not. He's all yours. I'll keep an eye on him, Snob says. We're gonna keep your arms bound. And we should keep him gagged too, so they can do any of that magic stuff. Faces, I don't think that's necessary, Snob. Oh, okay. You want me to just cut his tongue out instead? No, Snob. We've done enough tongue cutting for one campaign. Oh, okay.
I'll carry him over my shoulders. Let's go.
Sure thing. All right. You load up the sled. The 6 sled dogs are coming with you now. Chum and Pip at the front, leading the pack.
Oh, we got the full pack?
Yeah, that was the whole idea. Yeah.
Nice. I thought we only got
You need
2 or 3 of them.
Should we buy dog food before we leave? Is there a lot of hungry dog feed?
yes, talk to the chef, Corral Salafan. Probably in the kitchen somewhere. Sure enough, yes. You can see he is loading up some bags full of feed. He says, and now, do you have any gold for this amount of food? We could, it's fairly cheap, you know.
How much for a 10-day for the dogs?
They each need I think a pound of food a day. Will help get them by, so it'll be about a gold to feed all 10. Oh, sorry, it'll be. Oh, geez, math.
Okay, how much is it to feed one dog for 1 day? Let's work from there.
1 pound of feed, but there's 10 pounds of feed, and that's 5 copper in 1 bag of feed. So you see, you can't go from there. You have to go back.
Oh.
You have to go start from the backwards. You have to go. I have 6 dogs, and I need to feed them for a 10-day. So it's 6 times 10. That's 60 pounds.
60 pounds.
So that's 6 bags of feed, and 1 bag of feed costs 1 silver.
So it's like
10 pound is 1 silver?
Yeah.
Yep.
So it's 6 silver for a 10-day.
Per dog?
For 1 dog. Yeah, for 1 dog.
No, for all
You times
dogs.
that by 6.
No, you just said 1 dog is 1 pound a day, and 10 pounds
That's
are
right.
6 silver. So, oh yeah.
Yeah. I think I actually put this down in. I did actually put this down.
Yeah, I did.
It says.
I feed for my XP. That's fine.
Yeah, exactly.
I need
So
to
it's 1
see
gold
it.
per day for. It's 1 gold per 10-day to feed something like a dog.
So we're 6 gold for the pack. For 10 days.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, dogs
Exactly.
and XPs eat the same thing?
Yes. They must. It just says they must be fed daily. So yes.
For
So
XPs
6 gold.
it
That's
says...
10 days. No, it's just the same.
Okay.
We'll just say it's the same.
Cool.
6 gold will get you 10 days worth of food for these dogs.
Right, so
It's
Roland
really a
says
small ask. Yeah.
Are you mad that to charge us that amount of money? These are fine.
Roland, it's
strong-
okay. I'll
Fine,
hand over
strong
6
dogs.
gold pieces.
You should be charging at least double that, man. This town is on its knees. You can't go giving away stuff willy-nilly to anybody who asks. Come on. As a priest of Lavender, I must insist that you obey proper handling rules. And come on, man, where are you?
So roll me a persuasion check real quick, because Karoo is looking a little bit like shifty from left to right for a moment. Oh wow, that's a good roll. He whispers in close and says, "That is double the price. Normally it is only 5 copper for a bag of feed."
Okay.
He's not lying either. You can tell. He like legitimately a bag of feed is 5 copper, but he doubled the price because it's Icewindale rates.
I'm going to divine smite the liar. No, I'm not really.
He says it is double, honest. But yeah.
Well,
If I was doubling it, I would be quadrupling it.
Let's go.
Seems fair, very good man. I admire your style.
I was just trying to be as honest as possible.
Say, I felt like I paid way less for my XP food.
That's because you only paid 1.
Yeah.
You have 1 axe beak. They have 6 dogs. So 6 times the mouths to feed. But it is really it's really a small charge, honestly. 6 gold is nothing. So you guys are going to have to keep that somewhere on someone's bag. Who's carrying it?
Me?
Well,
Okay,
actually, technically, you could put it on the sled. So
Yeah.
The dogs carry.
that just there you go. They carry their own food. I'm sure
We do
nothing
need
will
a inventory for the dog sled.
problem. Yeah, sure. Let me see if I've got a vehicle ready already. Yes, I do. You can duplicate that and give you ownership.
We used up the potion of invisibility, right?
Don't think so. Did we? I can't remember.
Yeah, I think you did. Someone got into position and then... Oh no, that was the dwarves, wasn't it? The dwarves were invisible, but I don't remember if you guys were.
I am pretty sure I gave the potion to someone else, but it's still in my inventory. So I want to make check.
Stef has it, right?
Stef, do you still have the potion of invisibility in your inventory?
I do.
No,
We
they
never
don't.
used.
No, I don't see it on there. You must have given it back or not had it in the first place.
What almost happened was Stef was going to give it to Sir Roland, take the bag, run, and then I was going to quaff the potion and leg it.
Yeah, but
Uh-huh.
we never did that, so I still had it. I think I just dragged it off my inventory or something.
I think I
Okay.
didn't
Do you
add
want-
it to my inventory.
Okay.
So technically,
Oh, sorry, who
mine-
wants to look after it?
Right,
Do you want
stick
it?
on mine,
Do you want it,
just so-
Roland?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, he can have
Okay,
the
I'm gonna delete-
invisibility. I don't care.
I'm totally going to give
Okay.
it one of the dogs.
I don't mind deleting it from my inventory, but I just want to make sure that someone else has it.
I'm just gonna drag it from his.
This
To
dog,
yours.
this dog
There
looks
you
a little bit thirsty. Come and have some of this potion.
There you go. You've got it now, and I've deleted it from trackers.
Okay.
I would still like to do something before we leave here.
Yeah, sure. You've got you spent the night here,
Mhm.
so you've had a long rest. You've got plenty of time to do stuff if you want.
Yeah, I'd like to visit the guy in here. So
Okay.
Liar.
that's a captured guy, right?
Yep.
Yes, it is.
He is
One of
restrained.
the Dragonborn.
He is
He is.
liar. Did somebody already talk to him? No, right?
No.
No, not yet.
I'll be like, this is not for secrecy. This reason more in intimidation tactic is like, hey guys, let me handle this one, and I go in and close the door behind me, right?
Oh Lord.
But they can listen at the door or something. I don't want this to be secret or anything, right?
Sure thing.
You said you didn't have anything to say to them.
No.
You
Also,
Change his mind.
I misunderstood. Okay, I misunderstood. Well,
You
we're
can-
gonna talk to this guy anyway.
Fine. You can change your mind anyway.
Or I can change my mind. Yeah, we can say that. I was cleaning up my kitchen. Okay, guys, I was pressed for time.
You're all
No.
good.
So, do we know this guy's name?
Do you know his name?
No, you haven't asked yet.
Oh, okay. Is he like awake as I enter the room? Can you set the scene for me, please,
Yeah.
Mr. Game
So
Master?
you come into the barracks. The bed bunks are all emptied. You can see on the table it's been cleared of like coins and this dagger and stuff. That's not here. It's just an empty table. He's sat with his arms bound, and he's also tied to the chair itself. He's sat upright, but his head's kind of hung down, and his barbels of his lizard-like form is like dangling down there. He is pretty bruised up. I mean, you took the... Oh yeah, this guy took it to the head, didn't he? I remember now.
Yeah, I guess you know.
I only tapped him on his head.
You see
slightly.
there was a guard inside, but you can ask him to step outside. But
That's fine.
yeah, he looks up, notices you, and then just sort of lowers his head again.
I'd like to like walk over to him and
Mhm.
grab him by the shoulder, like shake him awake. Maybe even like pinch him a little bit with a fun in a blue spot, and it's like, hey, you there?
Okay,
What's your
yeah.
name?
He looks round, back up at you. He says, "It's Sleb. What?
Slap.
What do you
Kadrov.
want?"
Where are your other hideouts? Where did Kadrov go?
This was his hideout. I don't know where he's gone. Probably run off with that tiefling friend of his.
Well, where could the tiefling have gone? You've been with them for, I guess, weeks, months. I don't know how long they've been here. You've got to have heard something.
Yes, there was a number of locations, but nothing concrete. They had us tracking something in the glacier, trying to find an entrance of some kind.
The glacier. I'd like to put the map down. We didn't get the glacier location yet, right?
No, not quite.
Everything came up false. I swear this tiefling was just trying to get us killed out there.
I would like
She
to
was
know.
confident.
Yeah, I'm confident that she was confident.
Well, you shouldn't trust her.
Well, why should I trust you?
I have nothing to lie to you about now. You could simply kill me. What good would me tricking you do now?
Yeah, but I just wanted. He mentioned the tiefling. Like, what were they searching for out on the glacier, or in the ice?
Some kind of entrance into the glacier. They say that there's a civilization buried beneath the ice.
Well, can I ask him to point out where that is on my map? Like, can we get a map marker for that?
You can, but you can't. He points out locations which are marked, and then says, "There was nothing here, or here.
Oh, okay.
Ice for miles."
Okay.
So it looks like they've been going through process of elimination, ruling out location after location.
So
They haven't found it. Yeah.
Would that guy still be like cursed or under the influence of the black guys?
Most likely. You know that you definitely felt cursed, even if you were away from the black ice.
Oh no. Yeah, my thing is like I'm pretty mistrusting of like why would he cooperate with me just because?
Mm-hmm.
Can I maybe roll like an investigation or perception or something to see if it's truth?
Let's see. Well, that's an insight check.
Yeah, I'm down to insight as well.
Okay, let's do that. What's his name?
I'm not going super well today.
You can't tell whether he's lying or not, but what he has said so far seems to corroborate with what you've been told from Kadroth. So unless Kadroth is also lying,
Okay.
hard to know.
Okay, so no additional information here. Yeah, well, I'll leave him to his fate, I guess.
All right, no worries. Okay then. At least the only thing you do pick up is there seems to be some animosity between Avarice and some of this cult. They clearly don't trust her, and they're not part of the cult. It seems like they are enticing them with promises, places of power and such. But it's clear that there's some bitterness. Maybe that maybe he blames Avarice for the situation they're in right now. You never know, but who knows? All right. Anything else anyone wants to do here in the keep before they head out?
Nope.
All right. Head off. Check that weather. So, it's a new day. Might as well just roll from the start here. So,
Oh no.
it is just a light snow, and you're gonna, you shouldn't make too much trouble getting to East Haven. You can drop off the speaker. Going on a sled dog, by the way, the sled is big enough for one person to ride. I think with all the other gear, you could probably get Snorp on there as well, right? Like he's a small creature. But I think you're probably carrying Garrett on that. So going via East Haven will take you only a couple of hours to get there. In fact, I actually made a handout for the travel times. Yeah, here we go. You got the speaker with you, so he's traveled from town to town. He says, yes, I use this little table to gauge the hours between towns. Quite handy. See, so we're traveling from Dinnerval to East Haven. Will only take 9 hours. That's easy.
Senrith, I would like to ask about that. Actually, for traveling purposes, so we have 2 people that are fast right now, like me and
they could go ahead.
And can we use my disc to like sit Sir Roland and Roki on there to make it go faster? Cut down travel time?
You mean your
Answers floating.
floating disc, isn't it?
It's
Yeah.
like 3 feet across. Realistically, 2 people can sit on there.
We also have Perilu and Garrett.
Oh yeah.
As well as Warwar.
Oh, never mind.
We have a lot of people.
We have an entire fucking entourage. Jesus. Yeah, okay,
you do actually.
We're a small caravan.
But I will say though, that's a great idea if you wanted to seat more people and have them travel with you. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you could, if you wanted to speed this up, you could say you go ahead with the disc and just drop off the speaker in East Haven, and then you meet them at the Eastway, and then continue on.
I remember.
Unless you have something you want to do in East Haven.
There is an issue with the statue in East Haven.
Yeah, I was about to ask the same.
East Haven it is then.
Oh.
Okay. What else? Oh shit. Yeah, there is something you want to go to East Haven
for.
for.
There's another reason we need to go to East Haven, but we don't know that reason.
Well, nor do you, so...
The tracker doesn't. The tracker doesn't know what happened in East Haven.
Cool, well then to East Haven. saying too
Oh
much.
no! I forgot this part.
Okay. Off to East Haven. It's been some time since you've been here, and as you head past the sign that says "Watch Thy Pouch," you're reminded of the pickpockets that often slink these towns.
Well, I am
Thievery
reminded
is seen
I
as
would
a
like to inform the rest of the party of rules of East Haven because, as far as I know, Tracker and Roland both have never been here, right?
I've never been. No.
Okay, well,
Would
walking
you
into
like
East Haven is like stepping into Icewindale's past. The place is a living example of a boomtown way of life that gripped all of 10 towns centuries ago. And in the generations since, as other towns have settled into a predictable pattern of existence, East Haven continued to grow and reinvent itself. And it's got a massive population, about like 750. And after the Eastway was paved, East Haven evolved into a frontier trader's paradise, fueling the jealousy of its neighbors. The actual history behind it, it was founded by thieves from the Duchy of Cape Velen on the peninsula far to the south. And they refused to kowtow to a powerful thieves guild and were driven out. And to this day, East Haven honors its shady founders by declaring pickpocketing legal within the town limits, which explains why the "Watch Thy Pouch" sign is posted in various local establishments. But you know some contacts here. You can head over straight towards Imdra Arlagath.
Yeah,
if
I
you
would
wish.
like to head straight over towards the. I think was it the guardhouse where they keep the statue?
Yeah, in the town hall.
Right?
Was it
Yeah.
town hall? I think it was like the guardhouse or something.
It was the town hall.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I will bring you there. If I can. Jesus.
By the way, what
Let
is
me-
the Hall of Endurance? I see that marked on the map, but I kind of forgot.
It's the
The Hall of
temple
Endurance is a.
to Tempest, one of the.
That's right.
What's a deity?
Okay, so there is
Yes,
like
a god.
there is like a temple there. Maybe that's of interest for Sir Roland later if he wants to check it out.
Cool.
Yeah, you can roll a religion check if you just are going past it and see it. There might be some iconography that you recognize.
This is awkward, but can you guys give me 2 minutes? I really need to head to the toilet.
Yeah, go for it. No one's stopping you.
So maybe you can go temple.
Run!
I am running.
Don't need to explain. Just go. Yeah, you've only ever known one god in your whole life. It seems as though you've not needed to dedicate yourself to multiple. Who does that? Looks at Faith.
Faith
but,
isn't dedicated
yeah.
to multiple.
He has been in every single church you can name, and has actually, technically, yes, said that she would dedicate themselves only to get free lodge and a free lodging, and then she would steal one of the symbols and then hightail it to the next church for the next day's rest before actually having to do the acolyte's chores. So yeah, she has been indoctrinated into almost every single religion. But anyway, you can approach the 10 town hall if you wish. Now, as you approach, you see that there are some heavily armed guards on duty, and they seem to be on high alert as well. And you can see several of them posted around the exterior too. I don't know where your tokens are. There you go. Monkey down here. You can see the map now, yeah? I love how Roland's still detecting magic.
I switched that off, actually.
That's all right. I can fix that for you. There you go.
Thank you.
So the town hall. Yeah, you can see as you enter in this main chamber is decorated with oil paintings depicting life in East Haven. But there are several guards who approach you and they say, "Oh, hold up. what's your business here in East Haven? What? Hang on, don't we know you?
Apparently, these fine folks saved world hunger at some point.
Mm. There's a sudden awkward glance between each other, and they say, exactly that kind of talk that got us in trouble in the first place. Fuck's sake. You've been talking, haven't you? And spreading the word to the whole world. Why don't you let everyone know that we got a magical cauldron here? Or did have. Who did you tell?
I'm sorry. I don't believe we've met. My name's Sir Roland, and
I'm
what
sorry,
happened
guys. I'm back.
Oh,
Sorry.
Just been making some yellow snow. Yes, well, we're the militia of East Haven, and I'm afraid I can't let you in at the moment. There's been an incident.
Well, I'd like to go to the front. Is Roki already talking with them, or?
No, Roki has been
Roki is
tending to Garrett's wounds.
So would I heard something like they would recognize me and Roki, right?
They do. They recognize you.
Do we
And at the mention of, we gave you, when Tracker said we're the ones who helped you solve world hunger,
No.
suddenly turned
I
into
said
a sour mood.
they are the ones who saved world hunger.
Yeah, they as in the party. Sure. Either way, when he spouts that, it seems they suddenly turn a sour mood, as if just tell the whole world we have a magic cauldron.
Oh.
As he said, that's exactly what this problem stems from. People talking too much.
Oh. Well.
We had a break-in.
When did it occur?
It must have been a night ago. No, in fact, it was literally last night. They will clarify. It was literally last night.
Well, can we go ahead and... So what's the cauldron stolen from you, or what was taken?
Yes, the cauldron was taken. You can see at this point, Imdra has been alerted that you guys have arrived, and you can see her trudging down the stairs towards you. Here she is. Oh, she's trying to anyway. Here she is. She says, "Oh, you. This is an unfortunate timing. Yes, you are the ones who helped us. Unfortunately, the cauldron you acquired for us has been taken. I don't know who or where, but they must have had someone on the inside. I've been running an investigation. Look, guards, step aside, let them come in. You might be able to help actually locate it. Please, if you'd follow me."
Sure.
She leads you this way. Outdoor. The main chamber, as you head in, has been untouched, however. The Shardlin statue is still here. And for those who have not borne witness to this thing before, it is bizarre of a sight. A large crystalline figurehead is centerfold in this four-pillared room, in the center of which there seems to be a woman, and she is lashed to this figurine. Her hair is draped down in front of her face and seems to be soaking wet. And you can see it is like dripping onto the floor and formed like a puddle of of water.
Let me check my character notes really quick, what we wrote down about that.
Oh.
The statue itself, as you're looking at it,
It's like a demon, right? Or a god. I remember doing
Oh
that.
yeah, you rolled a nat 20 on this. Yeah, you did, didn't you?
I did. It's called Erebus
so-
or Erebus or something.
Not quite, but it's terrible. No, that's Magic the Gathering lore.
But basically, I know everything about this. I just forgot.
Yeah, one sec. It is a demonic figurehead. You realized it was Urtu, which is a Balor demon that terrorized Icewindale nearly a century ago. Apparently,
Wait.
according to... I'm waiting.
A century. I might know stuff from that time.
Quite possibly. Yeah, it depends how far back you go.
I mean, it's
Jeez.
either when I was born or just before I was born.
Possibly, yeah. In fact, it might be that your Goliath tribe once had to actually fend and fight off this demonic horde, and it thinned your numbers. Perhaps that's why your tribe was dying out. Was because it got nearly wiped out by one of these demon invasions. Yeah, a Balor demon is nothing to be trifled with. It is an incredibly dangerous threat. It would have taken many people to rise up together to take it on. It does say creatures who grew up in Icewind Dale have advantage on the check, so it's very possible it was in near history. Though, yeah, the woman attached to it is a bit of a mystery. But if you ask about it, Imdura will tell you that we believe that this woman is perhaps one of the poor souls that was drowned in the burial of this artifact. You see, this thing was not just always here. A group of powerful adventurers, they fished it up out of the Lac Dinashir using some sort of magic to lift it up. No one's dared to go near this thing, touch it. They fear it is obviously tainted by some demonic magic. I've warned all my staff not to touch it, but
well, technically, I touched it.
Yes.
Right?
Didn't you say your monkey touched it and then it went?
My monkey touched it.
Where did it go? It went to somewhere. Didn't your monkey
Went
get
to the
possessed
inn,
by
the White
a
Lady Inn.
ghost?
He did get possessed for a while, yeah.
Yep, and it went to the White Lady Inn.
Yeah. Well, the reason I wanted to go here is like, can you show a picture of the statue again? Would we be able, with the knowledge that we have now, to ascertain that the statue is made out of Chardlin or not?
You can. You recognize this is definitely Chardlin. No mistaking it.
Do we want to
here's the
share
artwork again.
that information with Imdra?
Yeah, if you wish.
I mean, that's more a question towards the party if they are fine with.
Let's start with: Are they aware of Durgar stealing special materials like the one the statue is made of?
We are aware there are certain thieves at play. Yes, we've heard of similar reports from Caer Konig, Caer Dinaval, and, well, we tightened our security, but no attempts have been made thus far. didn't you also issue a report? There were dwarves hiding in the... Wait,
It was
like raises her eyebrow.
It was the
You
boat
already
war.
killed them.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. It looks like you've already put a stop to that little infiltration.
Well,
There
there's
might be
always
more still.
There's always more rats.
Speaking of which, you'd like to follow me into my office. I have a certain rat that has gone missing recently.
Before we do that,
A tiefling. Mm-hmm.
Yes, Stef?
I mean, we can do it later, I guess. That's fine.
Okay.
Roland, are you coming?
I'll be along in a moment. Yes.
As you enter into the office, Speaker Wayland is here.
Oh.
He says, hello again. Well, I can tell you, it's as we suspected. Prudence Tarkwald is nowhere to be seen in East Haven anymore. She must have up and run. But we did find something in a small cottage. Cages. Empty ones. Don't know what she was keeping in there, but they're all empty now. Highly suspicious. It looks like she left in a hurry. Imdra explains. Prudence was, well, they was Speaker Neth. They were Speaker Wayland's secretary, you see. Very close to us. The clerk worked at all hours of the day, and well, it seems her disappearance is no coincidence. They must have unlocked the doors and let the thieves in. During the night, there were several of these infiltrators. They took Speaker Wayland as hostage, forced the guards watching the cauldron to drop their weapons and surrender. After locking Speaker Wayland and the guards in the jail, they took the cauldron and they have not been seen since.
Prudence?
We found tracks, so... Prudence, yes.
Prudence is the one that took the speaker hostage.
No.
They just
The
assume.
thieves took them hostage.
Yes.
Okay.
But there was no sign of Prudence during the incursion.
I would like to ask Wayland about the hostage situation and roll an insight check while he tells me the story.
Yep, sure. Roll insight check. Yeah. It
I'm
sounds
basically looking for.
plausible.
Okay.
They
Yeah.
have a prime suspect as well. If someone was clearly suspected and they up and ran, that would make sense. There's also suspicious cages in Prudence's room in her cottage. Cages, yes. They're small. They were like as if they were keeping some sort of animal or something. We found droppings in the bottom of the cage.
Rats?
We can check.
Yeah.
You can...
Can we see these cages?
Yeah. Anyone who wants to try and determine what these were holding, can roll me either a nature or survival check.
Oh.
Would animal handling be okay?
Animal handling is more to do with like actually... actually handling the animal. This is more of like a knowledge-based, like what are these droppings belong to kind of thing. Looks like Tracker's got a success for you anyway. The droppings are not of a rat. No. They appear to be that of a flying snake. and you can see there are no like movements around the bottom of the cage in that shit. Meaning, yeah, it was obviously a flying creature, and there's perches for them as well.
I mean, you can say they are rat droppings, just not the kind you're expecting.
You mean the rats that they fed live to them were shitting themselves as they died?
Yeah, they are droppings made of
Right.
rats.
I see. That's a bad image, but there you go. Basically, a flying snake is exactly what it sounds like. It's a snake with wings.
That reminds me of something. Wasn't there like
Yeah, this coin.
the mercenaries with the snake stuff going on?
Well remembered. There was.
Wait, did they have snakes?
Remember this?
They did have snakes. Yes, they did have snakes.
Mm-hmm. There's definitely iconography of snakes with wings as well.
Yeah.
Yellow capes.
Yeah.
This all matches up.
Yeah.
So it's obvious that this Prudence is in cahoots with these thugs or whatever they are.
Did we ever find out what they are called?
Sorry, what did you
Did
say,
you
Stef?
ever find out what they were called?
Out what that group of people is called, or are you?
Didn't I share that?
Did you share it? Why would you know?
When we found the coin, you asked if we could roll a history to see if we know what they were.
Okay, so was that then?
In good meat, me and Dirk both passed the check, and we know that they were from the Zentarum.
Okay, then there you go. Seems you picked up that info a while back. And yeah, it was when he was being possessed. He said that he saw a murder take place. These Zents broke into the home and killed that guy and hung him. Basically, the ghost was the one haunting you, trying to get revenge on his murderers. Do you speak this then? You mentioning this?
Wait, Stef or
to Imdra? To speak of Wayland? Anyone who knows what the Zents are, because you do know what the Zents are.
I don't,
it seems.
So that's up to you, Tracker.
Maybe we share this.
Okay. They say...
Apparently we are responsible for this theft. We might as well sort it out.
How are we responsible again, though?
Apparently they know about the
somehow
because
someone found out.
Well,
then again, if Prudence is involved, they would have found out even if they kept their mouth shut.
Exactly, so...
Imdra mentions Prudence did say that she had family in Targos at one point.
Oh, just like the former speaker of Good Meats.
They look at each other. The former member? Ah, yes. We got the letter mentioning that a certain... Was it Barry Tucker or something? Is now the leader?
Barry? Was it Dirk?
No. Dirk, that's the one. Dirk.
Diggins?
Digger, that guy, yes. Sorry, it's still new. Sure. You're saying the previous speaker was in line with these Zents as well?
There were an awful lot of people holding these coins, and I showed Centaurum coin.
I must use it some sort of like a marker or tell. Well, seems at least we aren't the only ones struggling with these kind of spies, then other towns are potentially at risk. It's imperative we get back that cauldron. I hope you realize. Cauldron was going to feed the hundreds here. was going to stave off famine. Imdra says, we tried to track them, but the snow has obliterated all of the tracks. But we know they must have made off with an axe beak. There's no way they could have carried that thing by themselves.
Would I know if the dogs we have could pick up a scent? Would that be an animal handling kind of...
A scent from what? From Prudence's house or from the snake droppings? Anything on the snow would probably have been gone by now.
Right.
But
Our
you could at
best
least
bet
maybe...
would have been Prudence, tracking Prudence.
You won't be able to track them through the snow now.
Okay.
Very unlikely. But you could at least pick up a scent and then maybe track when you're in Targos.
Right. Yeah, you did mention. They did mention that Prudence had "quote unquote" family in Targos, right?
Yes, that's right.
Well, all roads lead to Targos. It seems.
Well, yes,
We do have business there.
Yes, well, to Targos.
Yes, please bring it back as soon as you can. There are hungry people who very much appreciate a warm bowl of stew. I am stung by Prudence's betrayal. If you could at least bring her here alive, if possible, would very much like to have a word with her.
How much do you care about her being alive?
By the fact that I just asked you bring her back alive? Very much.
Okay.
I swear the cold is dulling your wits, it seems. Anyway, you shouldn't dilly-dally. Go get back my cauldron.
We would very much like to assist you in this matter, of course, and we will do all we can, and you can rely on us to return your cauldron as quickly as well. We are undertaking another more pressing matter, and anything you could do to speed us on our way would be most appreciated, and I think assist us in getting there before the tracks go cold and before people forget what they've seen. I am in a roundabout way trying to ask if you could provide us with faster transport than we currently have.
He says, "Oh, yes, well, you're most welcome to stop by the East Haven stables. They're renowned for their well-trained axe beaks. You can purchase them for 50 gold, I believe."
And as we will be using these to locate and track down and reacquire your cauldron, taking us out of the way of the other pressing matters we have to attend to, would you be able to arrange that payment on our behalf?
Persuasion check.
I'll do this here.
Oh.
Wow.
This greedy, pushy speaker is clearly a hard ass, and it says, apologies, I realize you must be new to the party. You must understand that we have already paid up for the cauldron. In fact, we offered our services. I sent out 50 men, potentially to their death,
you have
when
paid
these
up
lot
for
take on
the
a hag
cauldron.
and killed an entire frost giant skeleton, may I add. That thing was terrifying. We didn't agree to fight that. We agreed to kill the hag. I put my men's lives on the line. It's a miracle that we actually even won that fight. But Needless to say, we have done more than enough.
This is not about payment.
This is
it's
not about the
about
cauldron.
reward. But how might we be expected to follow and catch up on someone using an axe beak when we ourselves are on foot?
Well, I doubt they're going to be running around with this cauldron all day. They must have somewhere they've stashed it.
Stashed it? Wasn't the cauldron like very, very large? Larger than a man?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, we stashed it in our cellar before. But it seems that no location is safe enough. Perhaps employ some of their tactics against them. Give them a taste of their own medicine. But it's evident that these Zents are an infestation in Icewindale. They've invaded several other 10 towns, it seems. Goodmead, East Haven. The Thunder knows where else this infestation lies.
Oh well, I
But
wouldn't
rooting
worry
it out
too
would be
much
for the
about-
good of all 10 towns.
I wouldn't worry too much about good meat anymore.
Mm.
All right. So he does say, well, what has he got? Actually, Imdra is the one who kind of backs you up here
Mm-hmm.
and says, let's step outside. I'm willing to lend you my axe beak at the very least. You can. There's a door there. Trying to get through.
There we are.
He says, I know it's not a full fleet of axe beaks, but at the very least you can borrow mine.
Well, thank you very much. That we will ensure no harm comes to it, and we shall return it when our work here is done.
Thank you. She thinks for a moment. Yes, well, I worry. You mentioned these dwarves. What should we do about this Charlatan statue? If they're clearly after it, should something be done about it? Or should we just keep it on high guard? I mean, it's clear the Zents didn't want anything to do with it, but I fear the Duragar may come back.
At best, the Zens probably don't know about the Black Ice yet.
Stef, would this fit in your bag?
What fit?
No.
The statue, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's where I was getting to.
If it were in pieces.
Well... Oh, wait, let me move out of there. Are we allowed to smash the thing, I guess?
How attached are
Well,
you to the statue?
How attached are they to the statue? Well, first of all,
This thing is...
First of all, we should fill them in about the black ice, right?
Sure.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
All right. Do you relay like everything to do with it? Its history, what the dwarves are doing? Okay. She says, this will need to be brought up in the meeting. Perhaps then is a good time to decide what to do with it, rather than doing something hasty now. Yes, it seems like this information needs to be brought before all of 10 towns.
Would this
I
be
gather
before?
you've told Dirk to make his arrival here. It'll only be 3 more days to the meeting. We're still missing a response from Bremen and from Dugan's Hall. But I would very much like to hear their response. If they could get here, we could make a better judgment as to what to do with this thing.
I mean, if it were in pieces...
It goes without saying that I would appreciate your presence at the meeting. You seem to be very knowledgeable on this subject, and you've done a lot to help 10 towns already.
So I guess we cannot really do anything about it now. Could
With
not.
the information you've given them, it sounds like it's an incredibly dangerous and, well, worrisome object. And if it's desecrated and corrupted, they don't want to touch it even more now, but they will agree on what to do with it at the meeting.
Senrith would not be able to just eat the white lady that's tied to it.
Sorry. Just that thought is ridiculous.
Is it ridiculous, though?
That's fucked up.
I'm guessing
no,
you're
the white lady,
communicating.
just to be clear, the white lady, she's not actually alive. It's like a cursed corpse, as far as we know.
That's helpful to know.
Right.
So.
Are you posing this idea to Nort?
I guess I'm posing this idea to Nord, yes.
Okay. They say,
well, wouldn't be the first time I've eaten someone. As you saw.
Yeah.
It would fit, yes.
I mean, would Indra be cool with it if you tried to do that?
I think if you explain that this bag might offer you some sort of protection when you're handling this stuff.
Yeah, that's like the entire idea of it.
Indra says, we don't know what occurred on that night, but it seems as though the ship that was carrying this figurehead dumped it into the lake. She was drowned alongside it. I know there are superstitions surrounding women on ships, but this is clearly far too extreme. Only the bards of the White Lady Inn could probably tell you about a story that surrounds her. She's, of course, referring to Ronaldo. But, Zay, that's in the handouts.
It's not.
Yeah, it is.
When did you post in handouts?
Scroll up. Like 4 posts away.
I'm looking in handouts. Are you sure it's not in the tracker, Icewindale tracker handouts?
What are you guys talking about?
For the travel times. Oh,
Yeah.
the travel times. Sorry, right. I thought you meant 10 towns time. 10 towns times, not the timeline.
The timeline. Yeah.
You mean like how long it takes to get
How
from
long
town
it takes?
to town?
Yeah. Because we
Okay,
have
that's travel times.
less than 3 days.
Okay, here you go.
And we need to go to Bremen,
she says
Dugan's Hall, and we need to do stuff in Targos.
Yeah, she says 3 days and whatever time you've got left here right now, because it took 9 hours travel to get here. So, yeah, you can see it's going to take some days to get back from Bremen and back to here again. So, yeah, you haven't got much time. As soon as you take a long rest, it'll be 3 days left. Okay.
So we're having to work out if we're going to go to Targos first or Dugan's Hole. Is that right? Or Bremen?
Yeah, well, you can. Targos is on the way to Bremen. Dugan's Hole is on the way to Targos, so you could hit up. You could do it in whichever order you wanted: Dugan's Hole, then Targos, then Bremen, or you could go straight to Targos, do Bremen, and then on your way back do Dugan's Hole.
Any pref, guys?
No.
No, wait. Targets to Bremen. That's only 3 hours. And then Bremen East Haven. 18. That is 20.
Here's the map again.
Thank you.
I think you should be able to go to the map at any point, by the way. It should be like if you ever want to navigate to it, it's in the top left. You just open up the navigation toggle and then just click the map.
Okay. If we're looking at pure travel time, it's going to take us 37 hours just traveling.
Okay.
Mhm. You could make it within 3 days.
We have 72 hours.
Is that
24 are sleep.
8, actually. 8 times 3.
That's 24.
You only need 8 hours. Oh, is it? Oh, well, there you go. Technically 6 then. Because it's 2 hours light activity.
Oh, wait, it's fair. Then again, it's 3 days, so we have only 2 long rests. That is 16 hours.
Yeah,
Which
just
will
had
be
a long rest, haven't we?
56 minus 37. Okay, we have 19
can
hours of
make it.
activities.
Did you factor in our faster travel time on mounts?
Not yet, because our group is way too big for the first part of the journey.
Oh yeah.
But traveling back would definitely be faster though.
Yeah. So let's
Also, you can just purchase more axe beaks from East Haven. You have the gold.
Do we?
I don't know how
Because I
much
don't.
gold stitch.
Yeah, I probably wouldn't want to spend it on that. I think let's prioritize getting rid of the things that are slowing us down. And then
So first we go to Targos,
yeah,
and on our way go to
Yeah.
Dugan's Hole.
yeah. And just guilt trip absolutely everybody into giving us axe beaks. Just make them feel really bad. We saved your
Question.
life. You nearly
Okay,
died
sounds
on a
good.
mountain, mate. You owe us like 5 axe beaks.
Yeah.
If we go on our way back from Brinchender straight to Dugan's Hole, would it be faster than taking the
That-
roads?
That's pretty impossible. I mean, it's tricky. It's difficult terrain, and you're going to be basically going blind. There's potentials you get lost. You'd want to stick to the roads. Let me be honest. You can come off the
literally
road.
traveling through the word death. That doesn't feel right.
Where do we need to go?
Yeah,
like
that's true.
right now, we need to go to Targos and Bremen, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay.
Targos.
Actually, you know
I
what?
guess
Whilst you're
we-
here in East Haven, might as well roll this.
So do we eat the
Nope,
lady or
okay.
do we not eat the lady?
That's up to you. I mean, I think Injur will say, it's probably best that we decide what to do with this after the meeting, but
Okay.
if it gets rid of whatever this desecrated object is, then I'm all ears.
Do we have any
I don't want it here.
Do we have any objections in the party?
Once we
I'd
do
rather
this,
wait until after the meeting.
yeah.
Okay.
Once we do this,
Okay.
it can't be undone. Maybe we should find out more first.
Okay.
All right. Let us make haste
No
then.
dinner today, no.
Yeah, he kind of grumbles and You see it like licking its lips as you're walking away from the massive magical item.
I feel like he has an appetite for first magic body parts kind of thing. The first thing he gave him was the tongue of a hag, right?
Yeah. He's
By the
got
way,
an
that
appetite for sure.
that was an absolute
Oh.
blind guess. By the way, was that just like? Did I get you there with the tongue? Or?
No, that's a brilliant idea. Tongue giving it speech it seems absolutely in line.
Oh, I didn't know it would give it speech. I was just looking over my inventory, and first I was like, I'm gonna feed it a ration.
Well,
but then I saw I still have the tongue with me, and it's like, well, what happens if I feed that?
well, it's amassed knowledge from books. It's absorbed magic from items. Who's to say it can't absorb speech from a tongue, especially from a magical creature as well.
Okay.
It is going to be heavy snow as you guys head out from East Haven. So let's just double check. What's everyone's frost resistance at right now? Yeah, we got plus 10 on. Roki's got. I thought they had the Ring of Warmth. Yeah, they do.
They,
but they don't
gave
have...
the Ring of Worms to Garrett.
Yeah,
because of the hypothermia.
He should have it back.
Yeah,
That was like a temporal thing, right?
Even still, he's only got cold weather clothing. He hasn't got fur lining or blubber yet. Yeah. All right. Well, guess we're making frost resist checks on the way. Let me check how long is this? For 6 hours from East Haven to.
Yeah, it's 6.
Characters stuff. There we go.
I just
Sorry,
realized
from East Haven to.
I saved your. I saved the table. I've got it on my computer.
Just
cool. Well then,
East Haven. So yeah, I don't need to ask it again. Cool.
Alrighty. So it's going to take you like 7.5 hours. It's going to be a frost save from everyone, please.
Wait, 7.5? Are we? Oh wait, Prince Shander. Yeah.
I think Roki can probably put the ring. Well, no, he won't. I don't know. I'm just going to roll this. Yeah, Roki's okay. I think you're all okay for now. Snort doesn't need to worry. Okay, so it takes a long 6 hours from East Haven to Bryn Shander. And Gareth is kept warm thanks to the Ring of Warmth. Perilu can see Bryn Shander in sight. This is exactly where she wanted to get to.
The boy. This boy.
This boy?
Huawei?
Oh, yeah. Huawei, yeah. Malfoon.
That one. That's also
Don't worry about him.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, sure. Like, even if he gets a level of exhaustion, what's it going to matter? He'll get to Bremen and then rest it off. It's only for the pie to make these, which might influence something. As you come to the gates of Bryn Shander, however, there is guards on the wall who hail you, and they order you to state your business. And it seems they're a little bit, again, standoffish for whatever reason, but nonetheless, they see your approach and have asked you to state your business.
So
we are just on our way through to Tarbus, right?
Yeah,
Our business is there.
We're just passing.
Where did you just come from?
East Haven.
And you're heading to Targos, you say?
We need some people to bring home.
You're armed, I take it?
We are.
Of course we are.
Stay
How
here.
else?
He returns a few moments later. with Sheriff Southwell. And he says, "You'll have to forgive our our cold disposition, but there's been a murder. And we believe that murderer to be traveling from town to town. Most notably, the three you just mentioned."
Well, we're very happy to say we haven't met this murderer or fallen victim to their evils. As you can see, we're very much alive, and thank you very much for your concern.
Do you have any spellcasters with you?
Wait.
I'm looking at Bisboy.
Hmm.
I mean, wait. Don't they know us already as well here?
Salvo should recognize you.
They've
Yeah, he should recognize
you from weeks ago when you said, "I don't want to talk to you right now," and he said, "Oh, okay, fine."
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you
Wait.
literally told him to piss off, and he was like, "Fine." You were
Okay.
like, "Am I under arrest?" And he was like, "No." He said, "Well, then I'm going then." And that was literally it. That was your
Oh.
interaction with him.
I remember now. Yeah, we were on a very tight schedule because of the Verbeek attack.
Oh yeah.
Yep. So, yeah, you'll have to forgive him if he doesn't remember you. But he's going to ask everyone to surrender their weapons, and he's going to ask you to come with him towards the town hall.
Are we complying? Did he even let us answer if we have any spellcasters? Because I remember the last time. when
The
I was
hesitation
down-
is enough for him to. In fact, if he does remember you, it's bad news for you, because last time you were like, "Yes, I'm a wizard. I cast spells."
Yeah, I
And
was.
everyone was like,
Oh,
So
wow.
if it's in this point, at this point, he says, "Surrender your weapons and prepare to be searched."
How long is this gonna
It's a
take?
pain in the ass. Snob says, "It's going to be a pain in the ass." He says, "As long as it takes, we need to confirm that you're not murderers on the loose." Anyway, he
When
turns
did
to
you
the
say
veteran
this
next to him and
happens?
says, "Yeah, this was well, there's been murders prior. This isn't the first time. A sequence of murders often occurs every month."
So I want to step forward to him and say, I haven't properly introduced myself. My name is Sir Roland. I am a priest of Lathander, and I hear you have a temple to the Morning Lord here. I wonder if
Yes.
they might come forward and vouch for us. They can speak with me about our tenets of our faith and evidence that I would not travel with these murderers, and perhaps they might vouch for me as one of their knights.
He turns to his guard
Wait,
and says,
we have friends at the
"All
Black
right,
Iron
go
Blades.
go fetch Mishan from the shrine of Amantur. They will vouch for you."
And I'm thinking maybe something around the Knight of the Order background. Gives me a wee bit of a chance for help from friendly temples to Lathander.
I think so. In fact, instead of taking you to the town hall, they're actually going to be acquitted to take you to the house of the Morning Lord instead. And nonetheless, are you guys complying? It seems like Sir Roland has someone who could vouch for him.
Sure, we'll comply. I will. I don't know about Tractor.
I really don't want to give up my weapons just for a search.
Well, then you're not getting in. Simple as.
I don't need to go in town, right?
You don't. You can simply pass by Bryn Shander. You'll be highly suspect. The fact that you won't give over weapons and then pass on, they will know you and probably put you on a suspect list.
Sure.
Okay.
I mean, really, how? If I were to walk in a town, everyone would notice and recognize me. There aren't that many tabaxi, let alone tabaxi way bigger than a general human.
Right.
If I were to murder people in town, just my
No one has seen a murderer. They say like we can exchange information about the murderer once we know that you aren't them. If your friend here says that they can vouch for your innocence, then you need only comply momentarily. If you are as innocent as you say you are, then you have nothing to worry about and shouldn't be a problem on surrendering your weapons.
I would just say to Tracker, I hope this will only be temporary, and once we have been vouched for by my friends in the church, my brethren, they will return our weapons, and we might be able to offer assistance and whatnot. So, be a good man.
Tracker looks reluctantly, and he drops the axe. The
All right.
Morning Star, the Warhammer. What else was there?
The
javelins,
grenade launcher,
the hunting trap,
fireball launcher,
like the Fellowship when they're getting disarmed by the elves.
Yeah,
the shit ton of weapons. Yeah. All right.
Just waiting.
here, minor spec.
Oh wait, no, it's when they get disarmed in Riders of Rohan. That's the one. Anyway, the veterans have taken your gear and they escort you to the house of the Morning Lord. Where as soon as Roland enters in, you recognize the smell of incense and see the warm fires lighting up a statue to the Morning Lord themselves. Knelt down, offering prayers, is a priest, and she stands to her feet and welcomes you. Welcome to the House of the Morning. Wait, what is the meaning of all this? There's no service in, and you see the sheriff say, "We have a certain suspect here. They say that you can vouch for them regarding the recent murderers." They say, "Oh, I see. Yes, I still have the spell prepared, if that's what you're referring to. Have them seated in the pews."
Roland
The sheriff offers you a seat.
The bad, but horrible seating pews. Like, oh, these are uncomfortable. I was thinking actually. I think Roland's holy symbol is probably on the front of his armor rather than the shield, which is partly why he's so attached to this rusty piece of shit that he wears.
Okay. Yeah, I'll go with that.
Go.
That sounds good. You say, "Do you know this man?" And Mishan looks towards you, Sir Roland. And have you ever been to Icewindale before? It's a good question, actually.
I can't say I particularly recognize this temple in particular. Of course, I do recognize the incense being burned. That the smell is stronger the closer we get to the most holy areas where you now stand. I recognize all the symbols similar to the temples that I myself was trained in from when I was a very young boy. Have I ever told you this story, Tracker? I was picked
She
up.
says, "It matters not if I know this man. It is if the Morning Lord recognizes him. He will know all. And if he has done service under his name, then they will know them for certain." With that, she begins reciting incantations, a prayer of sorts at first. Something along the lines of, "May the Morning Lord's rays of light pierce through all guises and veils. May the sun reveal the truth in these folk. Let there be no secrets hidden under his light." And with that, she begins casting Zone of Truth. And whilst under this effect, you are compelled to tell the truth, very simply put. And you recognize the
a
spell.
wisdom save?
Okay, roll a wisdom save. Just you.
Come on.
Okay, what the hell? Who's rolling? Okay, so that's a success from Stef. Now roll it again.
Me.
Yep, roll it again. We're only doing this because Tracker said. Okay, and now you failed. Cool. He says, "All right, they're all under the spell now. They will always speak the Zone of Truth." For rules clarification, every round you're in a Zone of Truth, you make the save. So there is no point in asking, "Is there a save?" When literally you can just go, "Okay, you make the save, roll it again. Okay, roll it again until you fail," and then they know when you failed, and then they can go, "Right, yeah, they have to speak truth now." So there is literally no point unless there is a situation where it's in combat, and it's like I'll kind of dash away from the zone. But right now, there's physically no point in rolling a save against the Zone of Truth. It just happens. Unless you roll 10 successes in a row. In fact, hang on. How long is Zone of Truth?
An hour.
It is insane. It's 10 minutes. So if you want to sit here and roll 100 saves until you fail, yeah, sure. But otherwise, it's pointless. You are just under the spell. So she says, "All right. Are you the murderers?
No.
Are you the cold-hearted killers?" Well,
I
they all-
can't say no. Not that specific cold-hearted killer.
Are you the ones who stuffed a blade of jagged ice into the back of a certain halfling shipwright?
No.
No.
No. Wait, what was your name? You see,
Snort.
give an elbow to snort. No, I wasn't. Finish. Right. And are you the murderer of? And she keeps reeling off name after name, until she turns to the Sheriff Southwell and says, "Are you satisfied? The Morning Lord has seen these adventurers as pure-hearted truth." I don't know about pure heart, but yes, we are definitely not murderers.
Well, no,
Sheriff
Wait.
says, "All right."
not indiscriminately, I would say.
Did the bag have to answer?
Yeah, good question.
No,
But
leave not out of this.
does it look like it's capable of wielding a sword of ice? Maybe not. But nonetheless,
We
Sheriff
should
says,
try
"All right."
giving him some hands and see what happens then.
All right. So, as you've heard, actually, hold on. You say the feeding it hands.
No.
Immediately, the bag turns to you
What?
and says,
Actually, I've already eaten one or two of those. Yes, it was part of Kadroth's little plan. Something to do with the stones, but we'll talk about that later. But I'm not impartial to hands.
Nonetheless, yeah. So Sheriff Southwell says, "Well, now you know a bit more about the murders. Perhaps you can actually assist in them as well. There's
Oh, you want us to murder
killer on the
more
loose.
people?
We want you to murder a murderer,
Oh,
but it'd
yeah.
be called justice, punishment for their crimes. All we know is that they travel between those three towns mentioned: East Haven, Targos, and then Brynshanda. These are the three that they target. Each victim is left with a blade of ice. in their back. Some sort of calling card.
Is
The
there
blade is clearly
any-
magical, but it melts after a while.
Is there anything in
For a
common
few
with the
days.
victims?
We've got a few who are workers, business owners. Normally they're, I guess, in a position of wealth. Yeah, business owners, workers, that kind of thing. They've all got jobs. We've had female, male victims. We've had different races, halflings, humans,
Do they
and
maybe all worship a
So we
particular-
have a killer that targets rich people.
I wouldn't say workers are rich people, right? That sounds kind of indiscriminately. Well, I'm trying
at
to.
least people who are living comfortably. They all have jobs at the very least. One of the I would say one of them has been rich. The others are not seen as like rich, but they are, workers who would be getting a wage, certainly. But no one destitute. We actually have a few homeless and paupers here in Brinshanda, but none of them have been targeted.
So no poor people.
And they're the ones that, no, they're the ones on the cold streets where these murders take place. They've always been in alleyways or in the dead of night as well. A body is usually found in the morning in some passageway or alley.
Are the belongings of the victims stolen, or do they still have them on them?
They still have their belongings. Nothing was stolen from them.
Okay. So it's
These are not
like,
crimes.
these are
not committed crimes.
Yeah, it's not like a weird Jack the Ripper, Robin Hood kind of deal. Okay. Do they maybe share a particular place of worship, like a god or temple that they all visit, or?
We found no correlation there. No, the families are either not worshippers at all, or they worship whatever respective god in their town. So in East Haven, Tempest, one perhaps to the Morning Lord, and then in Targos, probably not a worshipper. They just check and they confirm. Yeah.
Okay, well,
The one in Targos didn't worship a god.
Last question from me would be: do those murders happen at a particular time of the day?
At night, always.
Okay. Well,
and they happen once a month. A string of murders, one in each town, every month.
Wait, one in each town at the same time, or?
Not at the same time. They usually occur one after another, as if someone is going from town to town.
Is it like a specific day of the month, like the first weekend of the month, or? I don't know how to properly ask that question.
He starts relaying the dates, and you're trying to figure out if they coincide with something like a particular date or event, right?
Is he able to tell us the order they happened in? Like the path of the journey? Was it like starting at the east and moving west, or is it sort of dotted about?
Yes. They usually happen one after another in a line, either from East Haven to Brinshanda to Targos, or 1 month it has been from Targos to Brinshanda to East Haven, in that order.
Right.
And in recent times, it has been Targos, then Brinshanda, then East Haven. Or, yeah. Now, if you want, Stef, I will say this. He pulls out like a schedule and a calendar from his own investigation notes, and you can together roll an investigation yourself with advantage because you have the information before you now that you're working with the sheriff.
Mm-hmm.
So
Investigation.
yeah, go ahead and roll that.
Well, that's
Okay.
what is that called? 2 11s?
Tough
It
luck.
is, yeah.
No,
You
it's
can
a
also ask
15.
Roki. I'm also going to ask Roki for some help there, so it becomes an 18. He's looking over the notes as well. There is something that is prevalent between all three towns. They all make sacrifices to Oral.
Oh,
All towns make sacrifices to Oral.
In the form of human sacrifices.
wait, those 3 towns make human sacrifice? Why did we
Yeah.
never hear about this?
As part of their government
You
policy.
did.
Wow.
The first time you went to East Haven, you were added to the lottery.
Oh yeah, I remember the lottery.
We've just had that. The lottery has just recently happened.
Oh.
And unfortunately, yes, the sacrifice has already been made.
Does Faith have anything to say about this actually now that she's hearing it again?
She is, yeah, she finds this a little bit disturbing to her. She does not know why she would demand sacrifices. In fact, she would ask that and says something like, why would Oral demand people sacrifice that? It seems inhumane. And the sheriff says, it is not that they asked us for sacrifices, but it is more that we believe by doing so, they may just end this endless winter.
Well, and who started
Every town has agreed.
Well, who
We did as
started
a
to
10 towns council. We agreed each town would give up something. Some give up warmth, others food. The more populous towns decided to sacrifice humans. That way, we could show that we were serious about trying to make amends to this god. She is clearly upset with us. Why else would she plummet the 10 towns in an endless winter? People are desperate. It's been like this for 2 years. We won't live out much longer anyway, so it wouldn't matter if we sacrificed the whole town. We'll possibly be dead in another year's time. We just haven't got the food supplies to last. We can't get import. Entire 10 trails blocked up by a blizzard. This was the decision the council came to. 2 years ago, the meeting was held. This was what was decided. Faith kind of just shakes her head, like, not understanding why. Faith does say, aren't people being kidnapped as well by Oral? What about that? Why would she demand sacrifices and kidnap people? That doesn't make sense. Perhaps we're not sacrificing enough.
Oh my. Okay.
Do we
But
know,
the
is
three
there-
towns,
Go
so
on.
the 3 towns
on.
where the murders happen are also the places where the murders happen, right?
Yep. If you check the schedule, other towns sacrifice warmth or food. These are the 3 towns that hold lotteries for someone to be sacrificed. Roland, what was you going to ask?
Is there any known connections, relationship connections or otherwise, between those who are sacrificed and those who have been murdered?
He looks at the information again. He shows you. And Roland, I guess this would also be an investigation check. I'll let you have advantage as well. Oh wow, your intelligence ain't all there, is it? I'll give you a guidance from Roki as well.
No shocker.
15 though, not bad, respectable. There doesn't seem to be a correlation. You can tell some of the people in the sacrifice are paupers. They have nothing to their name, but then occasionally there is someone who is a worker, and then sometimes there's someone who is a. Actually, you know what? I'll say with a 15, it looks like there are probably people more on the lower end of society, like a fisherman or a like a dock worker, and then sometimes it's just a pauper who has nothing to the name, a widow, or a widower. In any case, it seems as though they're perhaps on the lower rate of the lower rung of society compared to the ones who have been murdered, which are this guy's like a shipwright who owns his own business making boats. Another one owns their own scrimshaw shop. Another one is like a landlord.
Well, I'd say that's not inherently suspicious. Just because of the distribution of people, there would be more poor people in the lottery, right?
That's true.
Well,
But how many people in the upper rungs have been sacrificed over the past 2 years?
That is a better question. I guess you look through. This would be dating way back. There has been occasions where someone wealthy has been sacrificed, but that was perhaps during the early months of this sort of this rule, this law that was placed, right? You could call it a law. You could call it more like a madness. But yeah, when it was first introduced, you can see a lot more names which were more of wealthy stature.
And when did the murder start?
The murders have been happening in more recent times. Not in the first year or so, but definitely during the second year this has been occurring. I would say...
Did something change? Sorry.
Something changed. What is that something? You can't tell.
I can't tell.
Can I ask?
Well, you're a... Yeah, go on.
Sorry, just what can you tell us a little bit about how the lottery, as you call it, is conducted? Who is involved? Who sees the names selected? Those kind of details.
Well, that would be the speaker. They are drawn whenever the gathering is called. They draw a name from a hat. So Diversa Shane, Maxil Dinar, and Waylan are the three speakers of each town, respectively.
Wait, the lottery happens during the speaker meeting?
No. Need to clean your ears out, Tabaxi. There's a gathering each month in each town.
I see.
Names are drawn from a hat. The speaker is the one who draws the name. Whoever's doing this is going from town to town on a murder spree after one of these lotteries takes place. We've just had ours. East Haven is scheduled to have theirs next. Happens to coincide just before the meeting, it seems. The actual 10 Towns Council meeting.
Coincide. I mean... Who are we
And
talking to
Targos
right now?
has...
We are not talking to the
Sheriff
speaker.
Southwell.
Sheriff Southwell.
No, you're talking to Sheriff. Yeah.
Can we ask
He's,
him if he
this fellow here.
finds it actually suspicious that there have been no more rich people in the last few years that have ever been sacrificed, right? Like,
Hmm.
have there ever been any questions about that? And maybe that's related to only rich people getting murdered?
Yeah.
He thinks for a moment. Suppose that is a little suspect.
Can we bring in the speaker for questioning, actually, with him here as a witness? Is that a
Yes.
possibility?
I was going to take you to the speaker myself, but seeing as we're all here, we may as well. Would you fetch the speaker for us? One of the veterans goes and retrieves them. So, yeah, sure enough.
Before the speaker arrives, I just want to
Go on.
talk amongst the party, and yeah, ask them if they've seen anything before I joined. Would there be any sort of religious fanatics that they've met that might have, someone who was motivated to even the score, or if they believed that rich people's names were being pulled out of the hat, and that they've got to actually
what
go.
did happen is to us, and I do remember vaguely that it was believed to be like kind of a religious
There,
fanatic.
in Lonelywood, we encountered a frost druid. That sort of fits your description.
Yeah.
But that's in Lonelywoods.
Yeah.
Okay.
There was also the thing, like I think Senrith roughly mentioned it earlier, that we just stumbled into a town and I was like, hey, I'm a wizard, right? And they suspected the murder to be some kind of wizard cultist religious thing.
Right.
That was so. Yeah, in East Haven, they suspected a wizard to be. Well, they didn't suspect. They had proof that this wizard had killed or murdered a expedition that had been sent out east of East Haven, and they found the bodies of the expedition, burnt, charred. This wizard was the last person known to hire them.
Yeah.
And it's believed that they killed them as a means of hiding whatever they discovered. And they were burnt at the stake, and you can see them.
Did we know anything about a wizard aside from that they were a wizard and that they hired adventurers?
Anything more? They believe them to be a red wizard of Steivei, which is one of the nasty wizards delving deep into necromancy, and they are power-hungry megalomaniacs who are one of the most dangerous cults of wizards. They are like they command an entire army of wizards far, far away from Icewindale. So, yeah, that's what they believe them to be. And the belongings were given to you as rewards as well. One of the rewards was that bag of tricks. The other was the scroll of fireball. These are items that belong to that wizard. And for you, Sir Roland, this is the event they saw happening in East Haven. The wizard was burnt alive as a sacrifice to Oral.
Okay.
However, the murders have continued since that day, so it can't have been them. Even though they are definitely guilty of murdering an expedition, turns out they aren't the murderer of the 3 towns.
Okay.
The cold-hearted killer, as they put it. Faith does say, though, you said they were stabbed with a blade of ice through the heart? Yes. Does anyone know of any kind of magic that does that? And you can roll Arcana checks if you wish.
Magic.
Or
that
religion
creates-
checks.
Well, magic that creates blades of ice, right? This is the question.
Yep.
Would I even
You can roll religion
know
as well.
that as a wizard? Wouldn't I just know that that's like...
No, that's why I'm making you roll an Arcana check, because as a wizard you do not know. Because this doesn't exist. And before you say, oh, isn't that Ice Knife? No, Ice Knife
Ice Knife
explodes and does a shit ton of damage.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it is. So you're basically rolling to confirm that it is not Ice Knife.
Okay.
Yeah. Nice try, though.
I got a -1.
I got a 20.
So, Steph, with a 22, you would know all spells from 1 through to 9. There is no such spell that summons a blade of pure ice and lingers for over 2 days, which is what he kind of said earlier. He said it melts after a couple days. Ice Knife is simply an instantaneous burst. You know of like Shadow Blade and
Yeah,
being able to summon
my
magic weapons.
thinking.
But...
Maybe there is like a new version of Shadow Blade that just uses an ice
Yeah.
sword, right?
Which leads you to believe that this is some sort of divine magic rather than an arcane. And Faith got a 15, and she says, well, I don't want to... I shudder to think of the thought, but you say these are sacrifices to Oral? Well, Oral is a goddess of ice, and if it's a blade of ice, it sounds very much in line with what she would maybe gift a follower. But you say this murder happened in recent times? It can't have been the Frost Druid, because they are already out of the picture. And if...
There is more.
I don't know. There is potentially more, but... Wait, you're right, actually. Didn't we discover she had a sister?
Ravison, her sister... We've seen them.
We've seen them?
She can't have been the murderer.
Oh, right. Because you're saying she was in that tomb.
Yes.
Ravison
attacked the town because the towns attacked her sister.
Right, yes. I had forgot about that. She's dead. Those are the only other suspects I can think of. Frost Druids, but she shakes her head. Can't have been them. Well, it definitely sounds like the work of someone who follows Oral, but you say that Easthaven is scheduled to have a what's it called? A murder? Oh, sorry, a sacrifice. Yes, we've already had ours, and then the murder happened around the same time as well. But Easthaven's is next. That's why we have been closely monitoring. We've not let anyone leave our town in that direction. I mean, anyone who's come in, we've been on a lockdown. But if we leave it any longer, we're going to be missing the council meeting. Well, you could at least let us go, right? We could go to Easthaven and be ready for the murderer.
Yeah, we're heading back.
Did they be there?
We are due to head back there at some point, so it wouldn't be out far away.
When was the lottery in Easthaven? That's after the town's meetings, right? The speaker meeting?
Right. The lottery will be before the council meeting.
Oh.
Yep.
We
You
barely
are
have
all
enough
of you
time
free
to do
to
what
go.
they were asking us to do.
All of you are free to go, however. You've been thoroughly questioned enough, and we'll let you go on your way, but...
Wait. Is the speaker here? What's not?
Ah, yeah, Devessa, yeah. So that's the next thing. Speaker Shane is escorted into the room. She is clearly like a noble woman. She is actually quite like upper class, clearly possesses great wealth. And also she is one of the youngest speakers you've seen up till now. Here's her artwork.
Can I ask, how long have we been in conversation here?
As long as the conversation has actually taken place. So, like, what, this been like an hour?
Already?
I'm just wondering if Zone of Truth is still active.
10 minutes? Yeah, she can recast that.
Okay. Before Devessa gets there, just want to walk forward to the Mishan, just making sure I'll move my large beard out of the way, making sure she can see my symbol, and just say, might she continue to cast your Zone of Truth when the speaker arrives? We have reason to suspect there may be foul play in the lottery process.
I see. Yes, I will endeavor to keep up a new spell, but we've actually been trying to do this from town to town. Well, not from town to town, from villager to villager, but it's been exhausting every day trying to get through everyone. There's hundreds of people in the town, you must understand.
Yes.
We can't keep everyone here hostage.
Indeed.
But yes, I have enough that I can do one more. All right.
Okay.
So, Speaker Devessa Shane is brought in, and she says, "Mind telling me what this is all about, Sheriff Southwell? Aren't you supposed to be getting to the bottom of a murderer?" He says, "This is exactly what this is about, and if you don't mind, we have some questions. Actually, it's pertaining to the lottery. If you don't mind." At which point she sort of raises an eyebrow. Very well. And who are these? Are these suspects? Michon says no. They have been acquitted of any suspicion. If you would like to take a seat, we will explain. He does so, and of course she rolls a charisma save versus the, and of course immediately fails. And she says, "You may ask your questions." She is under this. She is compelled by the light of Lathander, light of the Morning Lord, to speak truth.
So Roland just leaps straight in. Is there any possibility that the selection process used or the sacrifice may be tampered with by someone who is involved?
She says, "What? That could be the case. Why? Have you figured out some information?"
And maybe just quickly explain to her that there seems to be maybe a connection in the timelines between the sacrifice and the murders.
Yeah, you can roll an insight check as well, Roland. He says, well, what correlation is that? And you can see a bit of a sweat getting on. Maybe it's because she's so close to the fire, but you can see she's breaking eye contact from you as well.
one seems to follow the other, and there's an interesting separation between those who are in the serving classes and those who are in the leading classes, and we don't really know what to make. So we might wish to ask someone trustworthy as you if you knew of any tampering.
Tampering with the lottery? Or,
The lottery, yes.
She bites her lip, looks towards Sheriff Southwell for some sort of backup, or hoping that he has the answers. And he seems content to let Roland do the talking, and just says, "Yes, answer the sir's questions, please." She's a little bit taken aback, seeing as normally she's the one calling the shots, but I mean, he is the sheriff after all. He's the law and order. He says, "All right. Yes, I'm aware there is tampering. And I'm not the only one at fault here. There are others as well. Speaker Whalen and Maxildenar. They must all be doing it."
What kind of tampering?
Shit.
Are you leaving out names?
Well, yes.
Would any of these names
Only one
be
of
on the list that Southwell read to us?
Oh, are the victims on the list? Aha.
He says, "I didn't realize at first. But yes, someone is murdering the people who are taken out of the lottery. They are paying sums of money to the speakers, myself included. Generous donations to the town that is put to good use. It's put to like keeping the town alive, and in return, we simply take their name out of the hat before the actual lottery is drawn."
What does the sheriff have to say about this when he hears this information?
He groans. "Speaker Shane, I'm afraid And he like goes to approach her, and she says, wait, look, you have to understand, look, these are valuable members of society. They are clearly keeping the 10 towns alive. Without them, we'd probably be in worse positions."
Can I ask?
And apparently these donations don't help them stay alive. Maybe you should warn them next time.
Obviously, somebody's finding out.
I would go even further. I would like to ask the sheriff if one of his family members or friends ever, quote-unquote, won the lottery.
One of mine? No. I've been fortunate.
But he isn't taken out of the lottery either, right? He's the sheriff. So he would be in there. Certainly he would be a valuable member of society to the town.
He is. My name is in there.
So
I'm certain of it. Otherwise, if I wasn't, I'd probably be in an alleyway with a blade of ice stuffed through my heart. Isn't that right, Speaker Shane? He says, "I've had no part in the murder. I promise you that." She's under the zone of truth, and so
yeah,
you are inclined to believe that. "I don't know who is behind this, and I don't know how they're finding out. I've not leaked any information."
Well, it's quite obvious because we figured out from looking at the list, right? It's only poor people that win the lottery.
It's not always, but it is certainly seems that people with enough gold have paid
You
to have their
seem
name
to
out, and that makes sense.
you seem to forget why you're holding the lottery.
Yeah.
And why is that?
I mean, if you are
You're trying to save the town from the god's wrath, right? You're cheating a god. Of course, people are gonna find out.
You're saying that God, the goddess herself, Oril, has come down and smite the cheaters?
She's been seen around the towns.
Just
It's
step
either
forward.
that, or she's sending someone to do her job.
Yes, the gods have a way of sending champions.
Well, I don't know who they are. And if I did, I would tell you.
But it
Well,
seems you have a way to prevent these murders now.
Yes,
Don't cheat.
yes. And in fact, it
What
would
about...
seem that the only way to keep ourselves safe from this murderer would be to very quickly submit our names for the lottery. So, a pen, a piece of paper, please. This is for the good of the party.
Faith's like, how about no more lotteries at all? I think that's an even better.
Oh, yeah.
She says, you've got a council meeting coming up. Why don't you abolish this law? And it's obviously not worked. In the 2 years, has the winter abated? No, it hasn't. Well, then you have your answer. The god doesn't care. The Frostmaiden has never cared. She's cruel and cold. I know this more than anyone. All of my prayers have fallen on deaf ears.
Not all of
Except
them.
one. It's true.
Yeah.
Except one.
I mean, does that give away anything to them that Faith is like has a special connection to Oro? Would they get
Yeah, of course. Sheriff definitely turns and says, you worship Oral? And she says, do you not? You sacrifice to her. That's a form of worship. We do it because we fear her. Faith says, I do it because I want to understand her. I want to know why she is doing this. I don't fear the Frostmaiden. Says, well, certainly going to be a topic of conversation at the next council meeting, I assure you. Until then, because Shane, I'm, well, you aren't in part of the murders, but misbehavior needs to stop. I'll see you back to the town hall. But, for now, if there is truly an agent working for them, it's possible that they are here. In Bryn Shander. Their next mark would be East Haven. We have a couple of options. We either let the doors open and try to catch them in the act, or we take it day by day, bringing people in here and using a zone of truth.
I have an even
That would
better
take far
idea.
too long.
I have an even better idea. We ask.
Go on.
The next one's East Haven, you said, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
We asked Speaker Wayland who paid for getting taken out of the lottery.
We ask Speaker Wayland who is getting paid.
Who paid?
Right,
to
yeah.
get taken
Oh,
out of
Wayland
the
would
Right.
know the next target. That we
Yeah,
shadow
you
the
would
target.
know.
Right.
Know the
You
target.
shadow the target. Perfect.
I mean,
He says, yes,
not
that
us.
could work.
We are being asked to do other stuff by Wayland.
Yeah, but we
Well.
would know the targets because Wayland would know, so...
I'll tell you what then. I will keep the doors barred until you make your way back to East Haven. You can't be long though. This curfew cannot last longer. People need to trade. There's many traders that go from town to town. And keeping them here would destroy their business. So, if you could return within a day, I will then open the gates, and you can find the target, trail them.
Can we ask the sheriff, because we have people with us in our safekeeping, right? And if we travel back to East Haven, we have a bunch of mounts and stuff, right? Can the people that we were escorting to Bremen or I don't know where, right? Can they keep an eye on them so we travel faster?
Wait.
You're going to Targos, which is basically next door. Perilu doesn't need to be anywhere else. Anyway, Perilu wanted to be here. So you're literally you're like next door to Targos. So the people you're looking after isn't really many. The speaker was dropped off at East Haven as well.
Oh, okay.
So we need to get Garrett.
So you've only got... Yeah, that's it. Just Garrett, and he's next door.
And Piss Boy. But that's Bremen.
Oh, yeah, Bremen, right. But he's not in it. He's not slowing you down necessarily.
Can we get a...
We do...
letter of recommendation or introduction to what's her name, near the speaker of Targos?
Recommendation?
Introduction.
Oh, to Targos, Max Eldanar. Yes, we can vouch for you. Yeah, I will write up a rite of passage for you. I know that Max Eldanar can be a bit of a stickler, so yes, yeah. And he quickly writes up one and gives it to you. This will allow you entry without any disarming or suspicion. Any sighting of the Thiefling heading west? There was a sighting of a caravan, but they did not stop here in Bryn Shander. And if they had, they would not have been allowed to leave. But yes, as far as we're aware, they went around the town. So, I think with that said, you have enough information to head on your way. It's only a short ride to Targos. I think the weather also changed at this rate. Hope it doesn't get any worse.
Okay.
It's the same.
It's doable.
It's the same. Yeah, just give me a frost save as you make your way from Bryn Shander to Targos.
Is the DC
It's
higher
getting
than
kind of
15?
late in the evening. You're in 10 towns, so that's DC 10. Cold weather is +5. And then at the time of day, which is getting closer to night, yes. This is going to be DC 20.
20, okay.
God damn it, I'm always opening snort stuff. There we go.
You just have... Yeah. I'm pretty sure you'll be fine.
Here, I've got like a +15. Because of my car.
Everyone looks good. Oh wait, that's a 19. It's one fail. Okay. Bit chilly on the way there. Can't help but wonder what magic this thing uses to stab people through the heart with a cold blade, and it feels like you too are being stabbed through the heart with a cold.
Roland isn't here.
I'll do it for him. All good. Nat 20, yeah, you're welcome. Roland is fine. He's wrapped up warm. He's got that new armor. Seems it's got some inner lining. Bryn Shander to Targos is a quite a quick, short trip. So yeah, you don't stay there here too long. Arriving at Targos is a similar situation. The guards stop you and ask you what your business is here, but with a quick wave of the rite of passage, you are soon allowed entry in. And it's the first time you've been to Targos, right?
Yeah. Last time we just
That's what I
passed
thought.
by.
Okay then, perfect. So, Targos is like Bryn Shander, it's encircled by a wooden wall, which helps to protect the town against orcs and other threats from the wilderness. The wall extends out into the lake, creating a safe harbor for the town's boats. But now, Oral's long winter has frozen the water in the harbor, and many of Targos' boats are trapped in the ice. Fishers have to drag their smaller vessels across the ice just to get to the unfrozen lake beyond the harbor walls. Almost all of the towns make their living off the lakes, but nowhere is in fact more evident than in Targos, where the town has always had the biggest fishing fleet and the biggest fishing industry. And everything that goes on here revolves around hauling the knucklehead trout out of Mare Dwalden. Of course, Oral's endless winter has made that work a lot harder, but it gets done nonetheless. And yeah, you can see their heraldry is that of a boat sailing east. All right. You head in. You see there are a number of locations of interest, such as the Luskin Arms, a well-known tavern. There's the Three Flags Sailing as a little inn. The Triglio is it's like a supply shop. And you've got the town hall itself. When you arrive, Garrett is actually conscious enough now to sort of tell you, my house is on the west side of town. You head that way, and he does begin to kind of point out which way to go. Yeah. You quickly make your way through the streets and arrive at a small scrimshaw shop. And just looking in from the window, you can see some really fine pieces. The craftsmanship is like masterful. And you knock on the door, waiting for an answer. You see Garrett kind of trying to get to his feet. He does manage to do it, but it's he's still a bit uneasy. He's still got frostbite mostly on his hands and face, but he is able to stand after the couple of long rests that you guys have taken. And yeah, you can see as soon as the door is open, you see a younger, handsome man. He's got like tools in his hand, like scrimshaw tools, and he suddenly drops them at the sight of Garrett. And they both kind of look at each other for a moment, just staring unbelievably, like as if it's some sort of ghost that's come out of the winter. And you just hear him say, What happened to your nose? And then they just both kind of burst out laughing, and they clearly go in for an embrace. And yeah, Keegan is his name. He says, I thought you were dead. I thought you were stuck up there on that mountain for good. And Garrett's like, me? No. No, I'm better than that. I'm an expert explorer after all, Like, plus I had Boy with me. Yeah, well, right up to the point where he ran off.
Mm-hmm.
He got help from these fine folk. They're the ones that saved my life.
Speaking of
Keegan.
Boy,
Oh yeah. Mm-hmm.
did the rest of the dogs return?
Yeah, as soon as you enter into the house, he's like beckoning you in, like, please come in, come in. You can see as soon as you get in, there are like paw prints, dirty paw prints, like all over the floor, and you can see carpets and rugs laid out for these dogs that are sitting down by the fire, and all of them start rushing up towards Garrett and just like licking him, and they're clearly thankful that he is alive. What else have we got? Oh gosh, here we go. Oh yeah. So yeah, you see like there's an open air kennel as well adjacent to the house. And yeah, the smell of dogs is clearly present in all these rooms. The floor is messy. There's scratched leather couches placed in a semicircle around the fireplace. And Keegan immediately grabs a load of blankets and wraps up Garrett and says, "You must be freezing." And he says, "Well, I had a little hand with that as well, and I should hand this back to you." And he unslips the ring of warmth and hands it back to Roki.
Yeah.
I wouldn't have made it without that either.
Reward?
Well,
Reward? Question mark? Reward?
Keegan looks around and says, well, I can definitely trade you some Grimshaw pieces for one slightly frostbitten husband. That seems like a fitting trade.
Do we get honor for that?
Get on.
No.
He says,
If we're gonna ask for a reward, we won't.
He says, no, it's honestly the least I could do. Please,
What
take
are
a seat. I'll
pieces?
grab you something.
What is Grimshaw pieces? I forgot.
Those are like
So-
intricate ornate bones or carving of bones.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, they're engraved.
Okay, sweet.
You see, he's got like a big box of unworked fish and animal bones, and he's opening up different trays and collecting a couple of pieces. You hear like Garrett say, Keegan's craft is highly respected in Targos. Few can compare to his skill. Given the right material, he could fulfill any decorative wish, I'm sure. Eventually, he does return with a small box of the finest Scrimshaw pieces he could gather, and begins handing them out, or just hands the box to the whole group. And of them, you see there is a spouting whale, a smiling fox, a pair of dancing hares, and a walrus with the words "Big Love" carved into it. Love that shit. In fact, I may even have some art of it.
Oh, art.
Yeah, somewhere. Icewindale trinkets. Yeah, here we go. There's the walrus Scrimshaw. That's Big Love. These are probably. Oh, go on.
I don't suppose you have one of a tiny horse that says "Live, Laugh, Smite."
I actually have a pair of horses. Yes. Hold on. I'll keep this one and I'll edit this one here. And he starts carving in your request whilst you're here warming up. Yeah. These Scrimshaw figurines, by the way, they're worth at least 10 gold pieces each. Except for yours, Roland. That one's priceless.
Yep.
Yep.
It's never been sold. I'll die for that.
So, let me just check. How many people are there in the buy? It's like 1, 2, 3, 4,
Yeah.
5?
5, 6.
So, no, Juniper doesn't count. Gibbles don't count. Snorp don't count.
No.
Snorp's okay. We'll give you
5, including 5.
We're going to give you 5 Scrimshaw pieces, and that includes the horse.
Amazing.
Live, love, smite. So you could, if you don't want the others, you can sell them for 40 gold and split that 10 gold each. He says it's the least I can do for bringing him home safe. Thank you again. You here on business as well?
Were we?
Or you? No. I just
might.
asked because you should be careful. There's been a murder recently in the past few days.
Yeah,
It's not the best
we
time,
are
but-
probably gonna talk to the speaker about that, maybe.
Yeah, we heard about that
Yeah.
one actually.
The speaker, he's often seen in the Luskan Arms. He's turned the whole place into his own establishment. I think he owns a suite on the top level.
Is that a new murder or is that still a murder related to the Ice Wizard thingy?
That's the well, the murder must have happened here first, then the Bryn Shander, and then
Okay.
East Haven's next.
But they are really...
Yeah.
I don't know if you guys want to waste time here then, or if we just straight go back to East Haven. Up
We
to you.
also have we need
The
to
cauldron
we
situation?
need to go to the Bremen to check their speaker, as well as the cauldron situation.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
You have reason to believe that a tiefling known as Prudence has family here,
Mm-hmm.
and that's your only lead on what's going on. And also, family was mentioned from another certain dwarf, Shander Froth.
Yeah.
And
I'm-
so
I'm
hearing
just-
this is the second time of family.
I'm just worried.
This could be where.
I'm just worried about that.
The
Sorry?
cauldron will be sold somewhere else, and you'll never see the cauldron
Yeah.
again. Yeah, that's a good worry. Yeah.
I was more talking about preventing the murder, but that's actually a very good point. So I'm gonna keep my mouth shut.
We'll say this: they've agreed to keep everyone locked in Bryn Shander.
Mm-hmm.
They haven't let anyone leave that town, and they're going to continue to do so until you've come back, and that's when you're heading to East Haven, basically.
Okay.
So we'll see.
Let's see if we can find someone wearing a massive cauldron as a helmet.
I just realized
All right.
we were in a temple.
Yes.
Like we could have asked something.
What about?
Out of character, I am aware of a very handy spell that would be useful in this area.
As a spellcaster, you are aware of a spell.
No, out of character, me, the player, is aware of a very helpful spell that could help us locate a very nice cauldron.
I mean, detect magic, yes.
No. A spell with
No,
a
you
far
find
greater
object.
range.
Locate object.
Find objects. Locate objects.
Like locate object.
I
Both
don't.
Roki and Faith are able to learn it overnight.
Oh,
They are,
Mechanically.
They can. You want them to prepare it?
I mean, is Faith actually capable of preparing it?
No, Roki could do it.
Yeah. I find it.
You could
hard
ask Roki
to-
very
yeah.
nicely if he would be so kind as to prepare
Mhm.
the spell.
He
It's been a night.
would.
Mhm.
All right, I will unprepare a guiding bolt. I can't unprepare that. That's like his killing move. He's turned into a
Yeah.
murderer. I will unprepare lesser restoration. Okay. Yep, he has got it prepared then. For now, he is ready. I mean, I'll be honest. You came from. Hold on.
We didn't.
you
have,
came from
we
Caer
didn't
Dineval.
have
You haven't had a long rest yet.
We didn't have a long rest after we
Yeah.
entered East Haven.
Yeah, that's true. So he hasn't actually been able to get it yet. But I will say that it's definitely within his wheelhouse. He can do it when he's finished a long rest next. In the meantime, you could just, if you wanted to, hold off on that and let Roki do that, aka Dingo. You could just go onwards to Bremen and then come, because you want to head back this way anyway, right?
Yeah.
To do Bremen and then come back here and then have the long rest, prepare locate object, and then come and then speak to the speaker
That sounds more
or do your
fair.
investigation. Yeah? Does that sound good?
Yeah.
All right, perfect.
I really
okay,
feel
then.
bad asking a player to prepare a spell while they're not here.
Yeah, it also might just be fun because
Yeah.
they will be the ones to do it and then figure it out.
Yeah, but
Also, we don't know what it could lead to if you find the cauldron, and if it's being, like, say, guarded, for example, that might be a combat. But Bremen, I can see this will probably be more roleplay. But yeah, we can head on to Bremen. Oh, whilst this has been going on, I've been rolling D100s in the background. We're going to see if there it is.
Oh no! Did the goggles finally start vibrating?
Yes, they did. After all these sessions, the goggles finally begin to vibrate.
oh my god, there's so
The
much
goggles,
going on. Does anybody
the
have
goggles detect elemental creatures.
Does anybody have a side quest add-on installed? Like a questy tracker like in World of Warcraft? That would be handy right now.
What?
I was just talking to
What, you don't know about my memory?
I was just talking to Zay about taking notes.
I don't take notes because I don't need to take notes because I remember stuff.
I have notes, to be fair. Senrith sees my character sheet. I have a lot of notes actually.
Mm-hmm.
Before we entered Easthaven, I posted in chat, "Hey Roki, did your goggles ever start vibrating to the Twinga?"
Mm-hmm. They have now. There is a Chewinga here in Luskan. Sorry, not in Luskan, in Targos.
To be fair,
Luskan
something
is
is
just south of Icewindale. It's like the more northernmost
yes,
town.
yes, it is, and this Luskan Arms is clearly named after it.
So what? What's with these goggles? I don't know anything about that bit.
Basically, they used to be a lantern, and I transferred the effect from the lantern to the goggles. Initially, the lantern would like glow faintly if there was elementals nearby, and we made them into goggles that vibrate if elementals are nearby.
That is so steampunk. I love it.
Faith explains, there was a priestess known as Danica Greysteel. She said that there may be some secret that the Chewinga know about this endless winter. They're the only creature that have been here since the first settlers of Icewindale, and they are still here even through the winter. Being elementals, they might know something about how to combat the cold. And so Danica has requested we find one so that she can research them in Bremen, in her church.
Okay.
Did she mention a reward? I can't remember. Let's have a look. Nature spirits. She said that they would give you... Oh no, she paid you basically up front. She gave the group 25 gold as well as a lantern of tracking. Basically, yeah, she's already paid you up front, basically. You get to keep the goggles, potentially.
If anybody wants to have goggles, everybody's always mad at the goggles. You forgot that the goggles do that, Senrith, not me.
Sure. I did forget.
So do they vibrate more the closer they get to this thing?
Yes. I guess they would.
They only start vibrating when you're within 300 feet, which means it's somewhere in this town, but it doesn't work like a dowsing rod or an elemental detector. It just sort of says, yeah, there's an elemental nearby. somewhere. So you do have to do a bit of legwork.
Divine Sense that is not going to do the heavy lifting for us. Doesn't include the elementals.
Sadly not. If you don't want to deal with this, then you can still go on to Bremen, but it turns out you could knock out another quest here. If you get the Chewinga and you're heading to Bremen, well, then you'd tick that off as well.
How important do we feel like this is? Like, we have like find this weird, cute elemental thing, or people die, or people starve to death on our timeline. It's up to them. I don't really care.
It feels like if this group has given their word to assist someone and fortune has seen fit to let this fall in our lap, then perhaps that now is a good time before we move on.
Yeah, I don't. Do we really have any idea what we're looking for? Like, what? I still have no idea what a Chewinga is, by the way, other than it's like some weird elemental spirit.
They are, Faith says, apparently they're nature spirits. They're tiny little creatures that are able to live out here in the cold climates, but for some reason, they're here in the town. They must be like curious or something about society. Apparently, no two Chewinga look exactly alike, though.
Would
I
we
think that's
also
what we found out,
be
right?
able to, like, would we able to get a bit closer to where their location might be with something like detect magic? Would that spring on them?
They certainly are magical creatures, right? They're elementals, so that could work.
Because I know
But
that
you need to
I can
be able to see
ritual
them.
What was the range of the goggles again?
300 feet, I think.
Can these elemental spirits possess objects, or will it be out in the open?
There was no mention of them being able to possess things, but they are elementals, so one would imagine that they're able to sort of merge with their chosen element, whatever that may be. You know how like fire can merge with fire, earth can glide across the earth, that kind of thing. But
was there anything in the background of this quest? Was it particularly a kind of, was it a particular element that we were looking for that the goggles are attuned to?
They are attuned to the creature type, which is elemental.
Okay.
So it won't pick up on like fiends or undead or anything, just purely elementals. And up till now, it's only really ever done it once. And that was in a cave where they fought a water weird. That's the only other time.
Didn't the group also encounter a Chewinga near Goodmeats?
Yeah, that's true. They did actually encounter them. It was in a cave, but they didn't capture that one.
I think detect magic would be a good shout then, Stef.
Well, can I ritual cast detect magic, please, Mr. GM?
Yes, you can. You will confirm that a Chewinga is magical if you should see it.
What? That's all it does, doesn't it?
Well, I hate to tell you, but it's a 30-foot range, right? And it doesn't. You have to see the objects or things that are giving off magic. It doesn't pierce through walls or veils. You are literally if you can see it, you can tell if it's magical. That's what detect magic does. So you're going to need to actually start searching the town.
Okay.
Yeah.
Why the fuck did you even let us talk about this plan for?
Because it's not my job to say roll a get out there and do your job. Like it's your planning is paramount to everything really. But hey, this is an opportunity to actually find it, because up till now I've been rolling a D100 and it has not been turning up.
Yeah.
So you're lucky
Now,
in this
now
case.
we know that we need where to narrow it down.
There are several places on the map. Here, I'll give it to you right now. You got the Triglio, the Town Hall, the Three Flags Sailing. These are notable places where civilization is a hubbub. You know, they're hubs of people, and apparently these things are curious by civilization. So these are potentially areas to look.
Right.
Yeah, let's go to the tavern. Or whatever. Tavern's always a good show.
That's the Three Flag Sailing, right? Or the Luskan Arms.
That's an inn. The Luskan Arms is also an inn actually. But that's where the town speaker is.
Right, Luskan
Lord
Arms.
Almighty. Tavern, inn.
Oh, I really.
They're both.
Arms.
Three Flag Sailing is the tavern. Actually, you're right. Actually, the three Flag Sailing is the tavern, but the Luskan Arms is an inn. But it does have its own bar where it serves drinks. So anyway, you choose.
Luskan Arms. I
Luskan Arms it is.
mount my unicorn-topped spear and ride off into the distance.
All right.
I need
Interesting.
coconut shells. We'll go full Monty Python.
All right. Welcome to the
Where did you
Luskan
get
Arms.
those coconuts from?
Carried by a bird.
Okay. The Luskan Arms is a old public house. It seems to be quite an old one. It's camped up on a hill, and you can see many of the similarities to Luskan, which is where you kind of guys actually started in and traveled up from, which is known as the City of Sails. And as a result, much of the decor is nearly probably 200 years old, reflecting Luskan as it was years before its decline. So you can see like little, what are they called? Helms, anchors, boats, that kind of thing. There's even a cannon in the wall, and there's like a whole container of cannonballs, and there's some like rigging from the beams in the ceiling. And this place is like walking into a boat.
Does anyone have an owl?
The inn is clearly sturdy, but the walls are rotten, and the floorboards are like cracked in places, and you can see scurrying up from them are rats. Every which way you look, there's like little tiny whiskers here and there, hiding in walls, scurrying from floorboard to floorboard. You see the proprietor behind the bar is an old, quiet-looking man. He's balding. His eyes are quite sunken, but he notices you guys entering in. Of the other people you see, there's a young, more like handsome, very, very well kept looking man, which is unusual for Icewindale. Most people look kind of groggy or unkempt, but he's here, gives you guys a smile, and there's two others. There's a man with a bow and arrows.
Can I confirm or deny if any of them is magic? Hello?
Nothing here is magic.
Okay.
I mean,
Hey,
the tavern is magic. Look at the ambience. Pure magic.
I have to ask after I went through the trouble of ritual casting a spell.
Sure. Yeah, absolutely. There's a heavily scarred like ranger, kind of looks around for a moment and then turns back to his drink. And then there's quite an older gentleman with more like sun-kissed skin, and he's got like a greatsword on his back. He's clearly kind of like the sailor type. And there's a woman at the bar leaning on a stool with a yellow cape, leather armor, and a mace at her side. And there's a similar fella sat across the bar as well, with another yellow cape. They look like the muscle of the tavern, perhaps? Anyway, the younger gentleman does see you and gives you a warm welcome and says, "Oh, welcome aboard. I'm Aldrich. A pleasure. Are you here for a drink, or are you here to meet the speaker?"
I guess a bit of both.
All right, well,
If they're
Owen,
not too busy.
Owen will see to your drinks. Hope you got a clean mug ready there. And yeah, head over to the galley and get yourself topped up. I'm new here, so forgive my enthusiasm. It's nice to see some other faces for once.
What's he drinking?
Aldrich, he's probably drinking some sort of grog. He doesn't look like he's drank much of it, I'll be honest. It's still like a full tankard. And noticing you looking at it, it's like, the stuff they serve isn't, it's not that great. A bit briny, if you ask me.
I just want to peer into it and investigate for a tiny water elemental.
Ah, you look around. It doesn't seem to be swirling unnaturally or anything. But Stef would probably be able to see if it is magical from here, and it is definitely not.
Come to the party. Nothing to see here.
Mm-hmm.
Move on. Spread out.
He says, "Do you want this?"
Candle.
Oh, are we
Cup of
leaving
water.
already?
Oh, no, don't worry. This place is already well protected. We've got crewmates everywhere. On the rigging, on the decks. They don't cause any trouble.
So we're going to talk to the speaker and... Where's the speaker? Is that the speaker?
Speaker?
No, speaker.
As
The
his
speaker's
office
upstairs. Yeah. You see, these two gentlemen are having a conversation back and forth. Just about work by the sounds.
Alright, I'll walk
You
up
see the
there
place
and
is still crawling with rats. Go on.
say, greetings, fellow warriors. My name is Sir Roland. How do you do?
You hear one man say, "Hi, do we know you? Are you a tourist or something?"
We're here on official town business, and we wondered if you'd seen anything strange. You know, perhaps tiny spirits jumping out of your water, or flames, or perhaps a horse.
One guy says, "Yes, there is something strange afoot. A doppelganger." And he looks over towards the bar and says, "You're old enough to be Owen's brother."
A distinguished gentleman. Goodbye, lads.
I would certainly notice something strange.
What's that?
A suspicious-looking yellow cloak fellow over there to the right. Of the
I mean, there's multiple
Two of them are wearing
cloaks
yellow
station.
cloaks.
Yeah, yes, but they are all very, very suspicious.
They do look like they don't want to be messed with.
I mean,
Snob gets in the little rowboat, by the way. He's like, "Yay!"
nobody really wants to be messed with, right? But that seems more like a
Sure.
semantic thing.
Do you walk up to them then, or?
Do they recognize us, or do we recognize them?
I mean, we would recognize the organization they're from, I imagine.
Yeah, but have these people been in the town formerly known as Good Meats in the past couple of weeks?
Depends on what you did with the with one Lily, because
Fuck, that's the
you
one.
kept her alive.
That's the one that did get away.
Yep.
Yes, I think you let her go.
Is she one of them in here? Because I see a female character.
She looks very similar, in fact. And I think as Sir Roland's approaching the bar, she
Roland
kind of picks
and
up
Lily
a
don't
drink.
know each other.
Roland doesn't
No,
know
of course
her.
they don't. But they can clearly see that you're with them, right? You just all walked into the bar, right? And so she picks up her drink and simply walks away, turning her back on everyone, opens up this door, and promptly leaves.
Oh no.
Is that foreshadowing towards combat?
Yeah.
That door is now locked, Tracker. Can I help you? That's the pantry, sir. Oh, the galley.
Do people usually vanish in your pantry?
They work here.
Oh, in the pantry.
They didn't look like they were a chef. But you can tell that they're clearly probably some sort of hired muscle. And there was some hesitation in Owen's voice when he says, like, they work here, like, I suppose. So Roland, you wanted to talk to the barman?
Good sir. Hello. Have you seen anything
Welcome.
strange here? First of all, my name's Sir Roland. Who do I have the pleasure of addressing?
I would like to
Owen
do something.
I would like you to stop interrupting. That's what I would like. Thank you. I'm Owen Tarsonell, and I'm the proprietor here. If you're looking for something suspicious, well, I can tell you there's nothing odd going on around here. Yes. You can roll an insight check, Roland. He looks, when he's saying this, he's looking across to the two gentlemen who are also eyeing you guys and listening in on this conversation. This guy looks under duress. He is old and frail. There's nothing he could do to overpower these guys. And he is, as he's saying each word, it's almost as if he's trying to tread on eggshells to not upset them. So he's trying to say the right thing. But you can clearly tell it's a complete farce. He's just a puppet for these thugs.
I would like to. This is like a bar with food and stuff, right?
Yeah.
Can I ask him if he can provide us with a bowl of stew?
Oh, that's secret talk, eh? Yes, you can. In that tone, he says, "Right away. Yes, it'll be ready for you momentarily." Can I get anything for you, Sir Roland?
I look at Stef and I make my eyes go cross-eyed in that kind of.
He hasn't figured out that I'm doing that. Okay.
All right, are you doing the thing? You doing the thing? He's doing the thing.
I'm doing a thing. Yes.
Yes. A cup of water, please. Good sir.
Of course, yes. Coming right up. He gingerly avoids stepping on the open floorboards. As he opens up the door to the kitchen, you see a couple of rats scurry from it. And he says, you hear his voice shakily mumbling in the distance. And you hear a couple of like wooden doors maybe opening, like a hatch or some sort of metal handle. And a few moments later, Mr. Owen Tarsner returns with fresh, hot, piping stew. That's one bowl for you. And a cup of water for you.
So, as I eat the stew, because I've tried the stew from the thing in East Haven, right?
Mm-hmm.
I recognize taste as the same stew that I've tasted from the Endless Cauldron in East Haven.
It's tasteless. It needs something spice or something. Yeah, it's the same kind of tasteless stew you've had before.
Oh,
Spice? You mean like a sailor?
There's no
No,
spice.
so I guess you guys have
Oh.
been caught on
No,
what my
you
work.
say it needs spice. Like a sailor?
I don't get that.
The
one.
missing people from East Haven.
No,
They were used as spice.
Oh, right, yeah. They were, yeah. Yeah, it needs
So-
some human, extract of human.
I guess everybody has caught on, but I'm under the very, very strong assumption that the cauldron that we're looking for is in his basement.
Yeah, and he doesn't seem happy with it, so I'll just lean over to him and say, as quietly as I can, can we help you? Are you all right, sir?
Quite all right. Yes. He looks left and right and says, "Just a bit shaky on my legs. I think actually we're shutting up shop soon. It is actually quite late in the day. I just realized this is like everyone's retiring to the bar for an evening drink kind of thing, right? And he's a little bit awkward and trying to get away from this conversation, lest he perhaps say something that he shouldn't. And so he sort of announces, in fact, yes, last call, and he rings the little bell, and it sounds like, a shipping kind of port bell, ding, ding.
All right, I'm going to spin round and I'm going to say very loudly.
Wait, before you do that, Roland, I have
Right.
one question for the
Okay.
game master, if you may. I noticed there's a couple of other characters in here, like Aldrich and Master Guy in Chiandra Holfast. Do they look like they would belong to the Yellow Cloaks, or would they maybe be sellswords that can be enlisted into our
Hard to
cause?
tell.
What?
Hard to tell, but Aldrich said he was new here.
But he
And
looks like a mercenary,
other-
right? Or like a pretty boy, I guess.
Potentially, yeah. He's a pretty boy, and he does look a bit green, like he hasn't seen some of the troubles. Leandro looks like he has seen a lot of warmer weather, and a sailor kind of type, but he is definitely well armed still with a greatsword in his back. Gareth, he looks a bit more like a hunter ranger, but he's got scars across his face. But if you're looking for iconography, which would clue you in as to whether they're part of this organization, they don't outwardly wear anything like that.
Just weighing.
So hard to know.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, Sir Roland. But
No, that's okay.
Weighing the options in case a fight breaks out, right?
But for Roland, you have a little bit more information with that insight check. When Owen was clearly trying to say the right words, he wasn't just eyeing up the yellow cloak. He was also looking back at Gareth, Leandro, and even Aldrich. All four of them, he was trying to weigh whether he should just spill the beans or keep up the act.
Awesome. Right. I'm going to announce to the patrons, friends, my name is Sir Roland Reynolds, and as a priest of Lathand, I often seek to help struggling businesses. It's clear you have a pest infestation here, and we will put ourselves to work until it is cleared. We'll search every room and clear this place of rats, beginning with the galley, and move towards the door.
Okay, someone gets up to intercept you, ducks under the rigging, and looks at you and says, "You do no such thing, mate."
Are you offering to help?
Mr.
Thank you very much.
No, Mr. Maxwell Dinar likes the rats. They're part of the aesthetic.
The aesthetic, huh?
Yeah.
I'm sure we won't manage to catch all of them, so don't worry. If they're a feature of the establishment, we'll be sure to leave some so that they can breed some more. But frankly, right now...
Oh, well,
I'd be backing away from my vows as a Knight of Lathander, and I quite frankly can't do that.
The other man with the greatsword steps up and says, "You said you was here on business, yes? Well, as a businessman myself, I would suggest you get a meeting with Maxil Dinar for some kind of reward for this deed." Before you start, lifting up floorboards. Aldrich, why don't you get these fine folk a meeting with the gentleman? I'm sure he's finished up with all his meetings. Aldrich says, right, yeah, we've already anchored for the day. I suppose we can slot you in. Would you like to see the captain's quarters, so to speak?
I'm looking to Stef and Tracker.
Shrugs. If the speaker has time, then I would love to.
Do I gain any insight from? Are they leading us into a trap or something? Like,
They're distracting us, but it's not
you
a trap per
can all
se.
roll insight checks. Definitely roll insight checks, everyone. 3 people have got up to stop you from doing this. Wow, 1, 2, 4. Jesus Christ. Wow. Someone needs to help you out here. Let's try and see if Roki's got anything up his sleeve. He's actually quite insightful.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, he's very
yeah. Roki looks across the 4 gentlemen who are all armed and says, well, actually, I'll voice this through Faith. He's probably next door to Roki. They have a similar mindset. And I'll say, guys, didn't we come in here for something else, right? Initially? It doesn't look like that's here, so we don't need a meeting right now, do we? She seems wary. You can tell that much at least. Faith is clearly wary about following these gentlemen upstairs. But that's up to you to decide whether you do or don't. But he's trying to keep everyone back on track. Like, I mean, these rats. She goes. These rats aren't going anywhere anytime soon, right?
I'll resist doing a stage wink at Faith, and just go, well, yes, they certainly look like they've made their home here, so but perhaps we can return later after a sleep.
But the captain guy is also the speaker guy, right? That's
Yeah.
what to do. So we have this is out of character, by the way. So we have an upper town that's taken over by that organization.
Don't forget, Steph, you can speak telepathically with any of your allies.
Oh yeah, I can do that as well. But I'm weighing off our options here. Basically, like we can make a standing fight because I am 99% sure the cauldron that we are looking for also happens to be down there.
Yeah.
And my worry would be that after this encounter that they would maybe move the things. Then we're losing the track. So we have a couple of options. We could I don't know if that would mean a civil war between the towns, right? But we could inform Indra that we found it here. But that we don't have the manpower to like fight it free, right? That would be one thing. We can do a heist, which we suck at. We've never successfully snuck through anywhere. Or we try our chance fighting, but maybe not under those circumstances. I don't like. I know what the yellow cloaks can do. I don't like those 3 characters we don't know, like Aldrich and Chiango. they throw me
And
off.
if you're speaking telepathically to the group during this, Faith also says, we also just don't know how many more of them are there. Like, who's guarding the cauldron or who's upstairs. I'm just saying we don't know enough information before we draw weapons. It could be
We know
Could be rash.
we know at least one more went inside, right? The girl, and there's the captain guy, so it's plus. Oh man, this is hard. I don't know. What do you guys think? What we should do?
Also potentially Prudence, wherever the hell she is.
Yeah, we need to find Prudence, the Cauldron. Eventually, we need to talk with the speaker.
Yeah, I think I think just some nods and some knowing looks that we just ease up here and make our excuses and leave.
Yeah.
Yep.
All right.
I think we're agreed.
A little bit of a standoff, but I'm wondering, Roland, just give me a deception check anyway, because I want there to be some chance of these guys cluing in. And I think so far... Okay. So, don't worry, they're not exactly the most insightful either, so... Oh, you'd also have inspiration if you did want to use it. If you're not happy with that 6, okay, you're just gonna let it fly. Cool.
Yeah.
All right. Okay, so they let you leave unmolested, and Aldrich says, "Oh, well, another time then. Perhaps if you're docking by the Luskan Arms again, we'll see you again. But otherwise, safe travels to all of you.
I look forward to more rat stew."
Yes. You has been on the menu. Stef, are you leaving with them? I assume.
Yeah, I'm leaving with them.
Okay. As you step outside, you see the faint glow, or the goggles begin to kind of vibrate again. As if coming out here has kind of brought you closer to it. It's almost like they were stopping their vibrating when you kind of like went in. But so that much has given you a little bit of a clue, or maybe it's on the move. And if it is on the move, it may have just gone out of that 300-foot radius momentarily, and then as you stepped out, you've kind of gone back into that radius. Yeah, they kind of all eye you warily as you're leaving the bar. And you can only imagine the conversations they're having as you guys leave. Like, they asked for stew, and they wanted to search the galley. Like, That feels like a coincidence, surely. But, we'll see. You guys can head over to a different area. In fact, hold on. Where is 300 feet from here? Holy shit. The town's a lot bigger than what it looks like, by the way. 300 feet. You would actually be able to pinpoint not just the town, but more like a sort of section of the town. Yeah. You see, like here, it would be from like for example, from the town hall to the Three Flags Sailing is like roughly 300 feet, right?
Yeah. Next stop then. Would you maybe want to leave your familiar, your flying monkey, hanging about outside the rear entrance, or just to keep an eye in case they move the cauldron?
That's the question for you, Stef, I think.
Yes, sorry, Stef.
Speaking of
keep eyes on it.
Someone behind.
Can you...
Juniper?
How much does Juniper understand common?
She's understood you for the most part. You reckon that it's more like you've been teaching word by word. She's getting the hang of like you already know words like wait, follow, help, go, that kind of thing. So you could say like wait, watch, listen, that kind of thing.
Can I?
You can't like open a full dialogue, but yeah.
Yeah. Can I instruct Juniper to wait at the tavern, hide.
Yep.
And
They root themselves into the ground,
potentially, yeah,
and they
and,
become
look
indistinguishable
out
from a
for
normal bush.
the tiefling. If I
Yeah.
can.
Or the cauldron, for example. Potentially. And did you want them to like just sit here just in case they leave, or did you want them to come back on some sort of trigger, like well, you just leave them here as like a pair of eyes.
The thing is, if she sees the cauldron and she's waiting for us and we take too long, then she will lose the cauldron. But following the cauldron until wherever they're going, then I might lose Juniper.
Okay, so you don't want them to risk that. So they're just going to sit here, indistinguishable from a bush.
Yeah.
And just keep an eye on them. Got it. All right.
Yeah.
They plant themselves into the ground and wait. And watch. In the meantime, you guys can head out to one of these more other locations, or just walk around with a lantern every now and again, kind of seeing if the goggles get vibraty or not. It's supposed to be a glow, but they changed it to a vibrate. God knows why. So you can head over towards the Triglio, for example. I'm aware of the time as well. Do you want to wrap it up here, or in like a few minutes, just having a quick search for this Chewinga?
I'm okay to hang on, but I don't want to push anybody.
Let's try to see if we find stuff. Yeah.
All right. And Steph, you good to go for another, like, say, 10 minutes?
Yeah, I am.
Cool. Perfect. All right, then let's keep going.
All right. So
the Triglio. Oh, go on.
Yep, Triglio is.
Might as well. You can just go from one to one to the next. So, where are we? The Triglio is a general store, and as you arrive, you see a crabby old guy here. He's he's got like a hat, a fishing hat over his head. You can hardly see his eyes. The guy looks like a scarecrow. He's practically all bone, no muscle, and he kind of welcomes you in. And you see he's missing an arm. Well, a hand. It's replaced with like a very oversized fish hook as well. And he says, welcome. I'm Justin. We haven't got many customers in a while. You looking for any fishing equipment? Yeah? Or are you here to hear a tale of the deep stories of the Sea of Moving Eyes? I got many a tale. And he slams his hook into the table, leaving a dent. The White-Clawed Reaper took this one.
As very interesting as the long-winded stories of an older man must be, I'm sure, we're actually looking for something more recent. Have you seen anything strange running around? Little funny creature that perhaps turns into fire or water, or I realize that would sound nonsense to most people, but to a distinguished traveller such as yourself, you probably know what I'm talking about.
Strange creatures. There was one who was coming by here researching all kinds of creatures, but none like... Wait, little? Did you say like little? Like this big? They kind of like gestures like yee-high, like a few inches tall. Maybe that's what old Ma was talking about. She had some trouble with her cutlery. Something about missing knives and forks and that kind. She suspected me, but, well, I have no use for cutlery. I can't even hold a knife in my hands. This is my fork. And he gestures to his hook hand again. She's just fussing over the fishers. But no, I've not seen anything of the like.
Who did you say?
Oh, Ma. We all call her Ma, but her name is Ethan Yarbrow. She's over by the Three Flags sailing.
Thank you very much, sir. You've been very helpful.
No worries. Triglio, lads. An oyster upon the line. Triglio, lads. And bring yon fishers in. He gives you a big, toothy smile, like missing several teeth. He's got like more gums than he has teeth.
Okay, so looking to the other two, Three Flags.
Oh,
I guess so.
they're on. Okay.
Okay.
You head over there. The Three
how do
Flags
you
sailing is a. Clip, 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 clip. Back over. There you go. There's also a couple of other locations on this place that I haven't listed, such as the Frost Sail Harbor and the Galloway Trade Depot, and there's also Grayham Fine Dwarven Craft. But you've got your heading anyway. Oh, and the Trip and Shuffle as well. Oh, and the Wolf Pelt Inn. There's a lot of places. It's a big city. Targos is one of the bigger. Anyway, Three Flags Sailing is a smaller inn. You see a couple of fishers in here. They are also enjoying a bowl of stew, as it happens, as you come in. And they've also got a quick pint before bed, it seems. The atmosphere is subdued, though. The fishers are cold and tired. And you can hear kind of murmurings about, I don't know how much Icewindale's got left in her. 10 tons will freeze over by the time we're 30. This place is a dump. You can see the tavern is run by a plump, grey-haired woman, and she is most definitely got to be who you're looking for, because everyone keeps saying, "All right, one more pint, Ma." And he says, "You can't be drinking too much. You got a whole day's work ahead of you, young Sonny, and you need an early night." And she's almost treating them as if they were her own children. And seeing you guys approach and says, some new faces. Come in from the cold?
So walk up to her and say, we do not want to waste your time. We're here about the cutlery.
How do you know about my cutlery? Wait. You're the ones who saw my notice on the notice board. There's a thief.
Notice boards?
Yes, I put it up. Must have been buried underneath all the others. Look, I think there's a thief going around stealing the silverware.
Silverware?
All the drawers emptied. And the plates too.
When did this happen? Did you see anything?
Yes, it happened last night, and night before that, and this morning. I've had a knife and fork gone missing. I'm keeping an eye on all you lot. And the fisherman's like, it's not us.
Was this?
We would never betray you like that, Ma.
Was this cutlery made of one particular material?
Actually, no. There's some pewter ones and some silver ones.
So it's silver, pewter, you said plates, porcelain?
And the plates, yes. That would be right. Some wooden as well. Wooden bowls, that kind of thing. I don't know why someone would be so... Go on.
Have you heard of anyone else nearby who've had similar experiences?
Well, there's Russell. He's got an inn.
But he keeps a he keeps a loaded crossbow by the bar, so that's the least likely one to steal from. That's the Trip and Shuffle, by the way. A rough tavern, but he's not had any trouble as far as I'm aware. This is Russell over here. What else? The Wolf's Pelt Inn. Yes. I asked them around and asked if they had something stolen. Other than a bit of fluff here and there from the pelts, I don't think they've had stuff stolen, but...
Are the goggles vibrating just now?
They are, in fact. And as she's talking about this, she's also kind of gesturing wildly around where things have been stolen. She pulls open drawers, pulls open cupboards, gesturing to where the missing items are. And as the rattling of cutlery is kind of like sounding around in the tavern, the goggles seem to stop vibrating. This is like after a minute of talking with her, right? Like,
So they're on the move again.
yeah, you guys haven't moved, but they must be.
Okay, so looking to you two guys, shall we step outside for a moment?
Yeah, sure. I don't think we get anything more out of this. Nice old lady.
Yeah, thank you very much. We hope to return your valuable utensils as quickly as we can. But, thank you.
Oh, thank you, dearie.
Zip outside.
There'll be a nice warm bowl of stew waiting for you when you get back.
Rats. Yum.
So you head out, and yeah, it starts vibrating again as you head out. And then if you stand there for a moment longer, it stops.
Can we find the edge of where it starts vibrating and not?
Tell me a direction. Northeast, southwest.
Well, where was the inn we just came from?
We came from the southeastern part of town. We went to the center part of town.
You're here.
I don't see anything. I just have an
Okay.
enemy. Oh, never mind. I can. Now I see it. Never mind.
We were in the Triglo.
Trickly. Oh yeah, we've been there.
We headed here.
Northeast, southwest. Which direction are you going? You said, "Can we find the edge?" You will need to move to find an edge.
So if we go to the southern gate,
it doesn't pick up. I'm afraid you're getting.
Okay.
It's not vibrating.
That means that they're in definitely somewhere in the western part.
Do we head up to this Russell guy?
No, could be north.
Could be north, yeah.
There is.
You could head over to Russell.
I mean, 300 feet north is water.
Exactly. Well,
aren't they water
that's
elementals?
not. You don't know. But I'll say this much: there are other locations. There's the Wolf's Pelt Inn. Winter's Breath is also a shrine. Trip and Shuffle.
And we need to
Square.
find a place to rest.
As you're thinking about that, I'm going to go back in. I'm going to slam a gold piece in front of her and say, "Could I buy a box? Might I buy a box of cutlery, in the hopes that we can create something of a trap, a lure that will inevitably lead to all of your cutlery being returned."
Oh my! Well, they're not worth that much, dearie, but I'll tell you what. If it's in need of getting this stuff back, I'll gladly accept. I just don't know what I'm going to feed my patrons with. All right, well, I'm going to have to dig out the spoons. Yeah, you get given a knife, fork, etc. Where do you want to lay the trap?
Let's go to where was the rough tracker? Which way was it? Do you think maybe?
Well, you headed south, and that didn't
south.
that didn't give
they
you
weren't
any.
south.
East would go into the frozen lake.
Okay, wait. If I
It doesn't take you a minute to run
it's
through.
somewhere in this area. In this side of the town.
Eventually.
All right. I'm wondering if we just put it somewhere in this clearing. Here.
Yeah.
Maybe like bang it together, rattle it, make a bit of a noise, try and get its
Interesting.
attention. Just
Okay.
and then
I just
leave.
realized I got this as well.
Oh, nice! That looks delicious. If I was a tiny elemental, I would want that.
Beautiful. All right then. You set up a little trap. Just are you setting it? How are you setting it up specifically? Just I know you said making lots of noise at first. Then
Yeah,
are you scattering them across the ground, or are you placing them like neatly, like you would lay out a table?
I would assume the latter parts.
I'm happy for you to make that decision, Tracker, because I would. This is.
I'm
out of
gonna
my
prepare
wheelhouse.
it as if I'm gonna use it for dinner and then forget
Okay.
about it.
Are you placing
Quote-unquote.
any food on the plate, or anything at all on the plate? That's another question.
Not
one-
yet.
One plate with, one plate without.
Okay.
Pound the dog
Sure.
food on one plate.
Dog food.
And
Some of the
then,
dog food.
Oh.
Okay.
Nothing, and then
And then you guys are all hiding, I'm assuming.
yeah.
Okay. Now you know how bad at hiding most of the party is. You could have one person hide and alert the rest if you wanted,
That seems more sensible.
and the others be like further away.
Yeah.
It looks like Tracker has volunteered. So Tracker, you hiding
I'm
around the corner of a
invisible.
building or under snow? Yeah, you just bury yourself in snow.
Well,
I'd say somewhere
good.
around the corner. I'm basically one with the
Okay.
snow.
we'll cover you
Perfect.
head to toe, and we'll put like a carrot for a nose and disguise you as a snowman,
Please don't. Just
like your
No.
yeti like your yeti that grazed you.
All right, perfect. It seems like the bait is trapped, and I mean,
what?
trap is
The,
baited.
bait is,
Yeah,
the trap is baited.
That's right.
Yeah.
that's the one. You wait a long moment, and then you start to hear it. There's like a crunching of snow nearby, Tracker. As you're looking around, you don't see footfalls. You don't see anything of that kind, but you can hear crunching. Almost like someone's rolling a snowball in the ground. And then suddenly, popping their head out like a periscope through the snow,
Oh no.
right next to the plate, is a small little porcelain mask. It seems to have a pattern on there. And another one starts to pop their head up as well. This one's sporting a different kind of pattern. And their heads are probably no bigger than like an acorn. And as they start to crawl closer towards this, they pick themselves up out of the snow. And you just hear this kind of slight little whispering sound, but it's not a voice. It's more like a little gust of wind you'd expect in a cave or something. It's like a gentle breeze.
I forgot something. Can I have the telepathy up, or it's something? Could I have asked Stef to set up the telepathy so I can warn him silently?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Then I would
Okay.
telepathically warn the rest of the group something is coming.
Mm-hmm. Okay. You guys know that the trap is being sprung effectively.
Yeah.
And then you smell the smell of flowers. And it's on that kind of gentle breeze that you're hearing. It's kind of like whispering sound. And as they pull themselves up out of the snow that they were clearly completely blended with, you start to see these slender little bodies. They're lean, and some of them have unkempt strands of what could be hair. And the patterns are so bizarre to you. You've never really seen a language quite like it. I don't know what languages you speak, but
I definitely don't speak
almost
Twinga.
no, that's for sure. But
I do speak.
you almost don't.
I speak Primordial. Is
Mhm.
that elemental language?
Yeah.
That's interesting. It is not a language, but rather I was just kind of guessing as to what you might think it is, because the stylized animal faces could be perhaps it could be animals. They could be something that maybe only the Chewinga understand, such as the
Would
pattern
all
resembling the
present
stole
languages.
of a particular herb.
Okay.
No, because it is not a language
Okay.
at all. But the pattern could be just the name of a cloud, or the mood of a stone, or the poem a river sings. But they don't seem to have eyes or even mouths. And as they get up, they start to approach the cutlery, and they sort of sat around, and they have their own little knives and forks as well. And they begin to set up a little like a table for themselves, and they place a pine cone on the empty plate, and you start to see them sort of doing these weird gestures amongst one another. And here, you can have a little look. These are the strange little creatures you begin to see coming
Oh.
out of the snow. Bizarre. They're like imitating what a human would do, but their gestures are almost kind of like comedic. They're like trying to copy what would be at dinner time, but they have no concept of it, nor do they even eat any of the food that's laid out. They sort of poke at it with knives and forks. One of them snaps a twig in half with a fork or with a knife, and one of them makes a little makeshift snowman and sits them around. And all the while, you kind of smell these different shifts in scents. And I think it's at this point you guys are approaching around the corner. Tracker, though, you would have the jump on them if you wanted to do something.
Well, we need to catch one of them, right?
Yeah. I mean, sort of. You can talk with them.
Can I?
Telepathy?
Can I?
Potentially. You don't need to share a language.
Yeah. Can I is a question directed towards.
Well, to
can
get
certainly
in
try.
range to see them, you would potentially be alerting them. So you'd have to roll a stealth check to get close.
Isn't it 120 feet?
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay, that's fair. All right, I'll let you do it then. They do have a certain range that they could detect you, though.
Yeah.
But they are blind beyond that range. So you get within 120
sorry
feet, and they haven't noticed you.
I'm sorry.
No, that's if you quite literally you are the smartass, as in you have a high enough intelligence that gives you that range. By the way, the other party found their sight crystal, and the only person who's got above 10 is like, I think, Faith. So their range is like 15 feet. It's pitiful. Yeah, they are the most dumb party. So their psionic range is like 15 feet. It's hilarious. Anyway,
Wait, isn't it 30?
yes, you can see that it's 30, 15, whatever it is. It's 10 feet for Barry. I know that much. It's 30 for Huller and the Hut. Anyway, Chewinga number one sees the Well, he is your telepathic communication, and in response, you just hear this kind of sound similar to what is being played on the music bot right now. It's this kind of like chicka chicka, and then a sound of like crunching snow, and then a quick breeze of wind. And it's weird to say this, but you can actually hear a smell inside your mind. Like, it's so bizarre. But you don't recognize this as any kind of language. It isn't a language. It is simply Chewinga's natural kind of playful spirit-like form, seemingly communicating in sounds that you may have
It's like
heard in
they're
nature.
speaking in synesthesia,
Uh,
where there's sounds.
What is that?
and
okay.
Synesthesia is where your senses are sort of mixed up. So instead of
Oh.
just seeing a color, you can smell or taste it.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah,
it's like that then.
I have a question about telepathy, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Instead of speaking to them, can I telepathically whistle?
Yeah. Okay. What would you whistle? Like a upbeat kind of tune, or like a sea shanty, or?
I don't know. I guess what would they hear here? Is there any particular shanty from this region they sing while they're making like dinner?
Yeah, of course. Okay. Yeah, sort of like a whistling tune you would make while you're like cooking up a meal or something. Yeah, bacon pancakes, bacon pancakes. So the Chewinga suddenly reacts to this, and they look around. They're tilting their heads, trying to perceive what it is that's communicating with them. And at one point, they look in the direct line of sight of Stef, but they don't seem to acknowledge his presence. It's almost as if they don't see him at all, and they continue to look around left and right, trying to figure out where that's coming from. And then one of them steps up onto the plate, quite literally, and then casts some sort of spell. And it sounds like a small animal, like a small like songbird, and it starts whistling the same tune. Another one heads over to the pine cone, and suddenly a flower blossoms from the top of the pine cone. And the falling snow that's all around them suddenly shifts and changes color. And the snow becomes green as it's falling around them. Like falling leaves, but made of icicles and snowflakes. It's very bizarre sort of scene you're seeing here. But it seems as though you've caught their attention rather than them being startled and running away.
What else do we do? I guess.
Um,
Can I just show myself? Well, like raising my hands up, no harm, and I guess I try to copy the tune that they're making with like.
They're copying you, but yeah, you can.
Yeah.
How close do you get to them?
Well, first off, I pop around the corner and I approach really slowly while I do this.
They still don't seem to be aware of your presence.
Yeah.
What?
I guess
what
I'll
was
announce
Roland doing?
myself with a higher whistle or something, you know.
Okay, all right. If you let the whistle like be louder, yeah, they will turn, and they seem to be looking around in your direction, but seemingly still blind from 120 feet. What was Roland up to?
I guess
I'm just gonna kind of casually, gently walk over, and as I'm doing so, I'll remove the fishbone horse, in the hope and hold it out to show it to them, and presumably can get close enough into their line of sight and then just pop it on the ground and back off.
Interesting. Okay. They are startled once they suddenly see there are multiple people coming out from different angles. But showing them some sign of like friendliness and offering something to them, they back away, but they don't run away. They're clearly curious. And one of them is brave enough to sort of get closer to the horse once you've backed away. And they hop up on top of the horse and begin to practice some sort of horse riding technique.
I'm going to mimic their movements by mounting the unicorn and do exactly what they do.
It's super wholesome. They love it. They start to like lift up the horse. The other two Chewinga, there's 3 of them now, and they make the horse like gallop through the air, kind of following your motions, and they start to chase after you, following you around in the snow.
Amazing.
So what is our mission with the Chewingas again? We gotta catch one of them and bring it somewhere.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
The person that we
Yes.
bring it to, they didn't seem like particularly like they would harm them, right? They're just curious.
Yeah, they want to discover why this Chewinga are still within Icewindale, how they're surviving within it, and what secrets they might hold to the true nature of this endless winter. Yeah.
Okay. Because I mean, they're gonna be at the very least startled as soon as we try to catch them or make them follow us.
Right.
I mean, I guess
Our best.
I have a question for Nod, I guess.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
That is a question. That is a question, right? Is it like, would it be possible for Nod to store them without harming them and spit them out at a later date?
Well, yes. Didn't you see your friend was unharmed when I spat them out?
Well, Sir Roland's a bit
Special.
he's a bit special. Yes.
Wait, these things don't need to breathe, do they? That could be an issue.
Do they need to breathe?
We don't know.
They don't look like they have mouths.
Okay, that's fair. Yeah, I'm just thinking about a way where we can keep them together and safe somewhere. And my point of thinking is that like Nod's pocket dimension is probably a pretty safe space for them.
Mm-hmm.
So no like feeding them to Nod, making that clear.
Yeah, sure.
Not actually allowed to eat them.
I
All right.
can see the potential, but there is also the.
Yeah, I mean, Nod can also
the moral thing? Question mark. These are innocent creatures.
Yeah.
That's why I'm asking the party.
They do seem to be content in your presence now. They're a little bit more comfortable now that they've played around, sung along. One's singing along with the tune. One of them's riding on the horse, trying to catch up to Sir Roland.
Which you'll never do because I'm really fast. I'm amazing. I'm not gonna.
Yeah, of course.
Turn round.
Of course, your horse is the fastest in all the land.
They got tiny little legs. Yeah, it's true. Even if they dashed, they wouldn't keep up.
You want to joust? Fantastic. Spear.
You draw your spear, they draw their butter knife.
Oh no.
Mm-hmm.
Right, so we'll just do some pretend jousting, making very sure not to accidentally smite
a
Chewinga.
Sure. When you rush forward, they don't get obviously hit. You're avoiding that, but you see a puff of snow kick up, and this one Chewinga like falls backwards off of the horse, and you see a red flower suddenly bloom on their chest, like these petals then fall away. Yeah, the little red petals are strewn around the snow, and the other ones rush over and they all seem to cast some sort of spell that is reminiscent of like when Roki like heals someone. And yeah, you just see a kind of like beautiful sprinkling of like purple dust over them, and suddenly they sort of levitate back up, and yeah, it's so bizarre. They like seem to be copying spell casting as well that they've perhaps seen before.
These are like little cargo cultists.
Yeah,
They are so
Maybe.
adorable.
I'm not for capturing them. You know, the world of learning can get on without these little dudes.
Yeah, I said like that's why I asked. Yeah, I don't remember the motivations of the person itself, but they seemed. I remember them being a good person. You know, wouldn't necessarily harm them.
Do you want to ask them? Do you want to see if you can communicate and ask them, Stef, if they might help rather than us capture?
Yeah, that's the question. Would I, like, from our interactions, would I be smart enough to interpret how to ask them something?
You can ask them something, but it doesn't appear as though they understand what you're saying.
Yeah,
They kind of tilt their head left and right, and they continue to kind of respond with strange sounds, like you hear like a couple of pebbles clicking together.
Yeah.
One of them makes like a dancing firefly appear and starts to try and like scrawl out letters, but it looks like completely gobbledygook to you. It's almost as if they're practicing, pretending to do letters.
Can I attempt to make a drawing in the snow of the three of them following me? Like, I'll make a picture of me going in a direction and the three of them after me. And maybe...
They see this little picture, your art, and they're very, like, visual creatures, obviously. So they approach your little drawing, and they sort of look amongst one another. One sort of like, scratching their head a little bit. There's some more out of them. And there's one without their Icewindale get up. They get this little stick out, like you're seeing in the art, and one of them begins to draw in the picture, adding to it.
Yeah.
And they add the little horse underneath the Chewinga at the front.
Want to ride the horse of Sir Roland. Well, that seems like something we could do for them to follow us around.
And then they draw little kind of swirly lines coming from your mouth. And they what your best estimate is that they draw like little note signs
that
coming from it.
Or singing, yeah.
Yeah,
well,
exactly.
I'm a blade singer. Technically, I have a blade song activated, right?
That's true. Yeah.
So, yeah, I don't know. Is there like, are you down with letting them ride on your horse, Sir Roland? I guess that's the question that is posed to us.
Definitely is.
Okay, you're a horse sharer. Got it.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I mean that seems like a plan. So to make them follow us at the very least.
One of them starts jumping up and down excitedly, it seems, and they rush over to the horse, pick it up, and begin to like trying to shovel it through the snow. The other one has to like drag it. I'm guessing it's like got a little like kind of flat base where you can like, or like a rounded base, so it can like slide in the snow like a sled. And the last Chewinga, they seem painfully shy though, and they sort of sink back into the snow a little bit and like hug onto the pine cone for a moment. And the other two seem to like go over to them. They're sort of beckoning them with these gentle breezes. They sort of sway back and forth like lilies caught in the wind, and the other one kind of joins in for a moment. It's hard to know what they're saying to each other, but it's almost as if they're trying to convince the last one to join. So you've got the one that likes whistling, the one that likes riding the horse. The third one, though, he seems very reluctant. Is there anything Tracker has that might be able to
I'm not sure.
convince him?
Wait. Can I offer them a piece of food and try to eat with them?
Yeah.
They
This
were
one
interested
is the one that perhaps seems. This is the one that seems perhaps most intent on playing house and basically pretending to cook and eat food.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, you want to sit down next to them and pretend to eat a bit of. Or you're eating, yeah.
I'll provide a ration and prepare it or show how to prepare it.
Okay. Yeah, they kind of follow your steps, trying to cut the ration in half with the knife.
Mm-hmm.
They learn how to skewer, perhaps, like a berry on the end of a fork.
Yeah.
And perhaps that's what we're seeing here, like on this one.
Oh.
They get the gist very quickly on how to do this. Oops, there we go. And after a while, they seem content to stand up and actually begin to climb up your fur, and they start like basically poking around with your whiskers. And this one is maybe it's stupid, maybe it doesn't know the danger it's in, but it basically like lifts up your gums and looks at your massive canines, and then like sticks their head like inside your mouth and is looking around at like how big it is and how like different the shape is compared to normal people.
How?
As you say that, there's this weird taste in your mouth. It's like a mingling of. It tastes like moss, and then it shifts to like fresh water, and then it switches to like what you'd imagine like cotton candy just tastes like, but it's like really sweet, like painfully sweet, and it just switches back and forth between these flavors.
Still better than Laughing Cups.
Afterwards, they pull off the little fruit that's on the end of their fork, and they kind of like they skewer it onto one of your canines, and they just watch the juice kind of run down your mouth, fascinated by it. But after a while, I think this one seems to be content to like cling onto your fur, and yeah, we'll say these three Chewinga are happy in your presence. They follow you around. Snorp's like, you nearly ate that one. Hey, you want to climb in my mouth?
That's not.
I want to know what they taste like.
Interesting. But...
Snorp, quiet, or we're gonna find out what you taste like.
I think on that line, that's a great place to end tonight's session, because you've basically got them to follow you, so you can head over onto Bremen basically. But yeah, this is great. We'll wrap up tonight's session here.
Very good.
Yeah, very good, very good. Thank you guys for playing, and yeah, we'll see you all next week, where you're probably gonna get level 4, I reckon.
Level
we'll see.
up.
No, sorry, level.
We get to pick a feed.
We'll see. Might
It
be.
depends on what class you're picking.
Doesn't
You're gonna
every
tick off Bremen. Oh wait, you got to do
which
Dugan's
cast-
Hole still as
we
well.
need,
There might be
yeah.
a bit. There might be a bit.
Which cast
We'll
does
see.
get
It's what-
at level 4? Or do you mean?
I'm sure if you do a combination of some of these quests, then it will be enough. But we shall see. But for now, though, that's where we'll end tonight. We'll